Tonight, my sleepy heads, we're exploring the life and legacy of Harry Houdini, the legendary escape artist who turned daring stunts into worldwide fame. From breaking free of handcuffs and straitjackets to defying death with every performance, Houdini's story is one of showmanship, mystery, and the power of illusion that still captivates audiences to this day. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We will always deliver content, as we did before other channels copied us, so we're going back to the old way of things to prove that. Now, dim your lights really low, turn on that loud fan, and let's start, shall we? Harry Houdini's story begins not with fanfare but with a toddler on a rickety ship bound for America. Born Eric Weiss in Budapest on March 24, 1874, he was the fourth of 7 children to a rabbi father and his wife. The family emigrated to the United States in 1878, landing in Wisconsin. Young Eric, as he was nicknamed, grew up on miracles far less glamorous than grand illusions. His father lost his first pulpit in 1882, and the Weiss family fell into dire poverty. Eric, a small-town boy with lofty aspirations, skillfully juggled his work and survival obligations with his early showbiz instincts. By age 9, he was performing as a trapeze artist and billing himself as Eric, the Prince of the Air, in one of many makeshift tent shows. Even as a child, he seemed to understand that real escape was needed. Escaping hunger with shoe shining and newspaper rounds, and escaping obscurity by wowing circus crowds. The name Houdini was still years away. Eric Weiss spent his early adolescence running errands for theatres and dabbling in gymnastics. At the age of 13, Eric Weiss and his father relocated to New York City, settling into a drafty boarding house situated on East 79th Street. He took on any odd jobs available, even working as a wild-eyed carnival beast man, simply to help his family make ends meet. A rabbi in Appleton, Wisconsin, had once been his father's proud position. Now the future escape artist was dancing on tightropes for spare change. By his teens, he was tall and sinewy enough to make an impression, an athletic cross-country runner turned showman. In 1891, Eric tried to turn his mechanical skill for locks and chains into a magic career. He read the autobiography of French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin, and wrongly assumed that adding an I meant like Houdin in French. Thus Weiss became Weiss, and Eric became Harry Houdini. He later insisted Harry was in homage to his idol Harry Keller, but in truth the name Houdini mostly came from a childhood nickname for Eric. This optimistic renaming did not instantly conjure success. He and his younger brother Theo even formed a vaudeville act called the Brothers Houdini, which flopped so badly they returned to New York near starvation wages. For years, Houdini's career was the opposite of spectacular. He presented himself as the king of cards and performed in the sleazy dime museums. His first magic shows were routine parlour tricks that rarely paid more than a few dollars per night. The couple and their act traversed various theatres, their pockets brimming with talent but depleted by limited funds. One moment they were in Chicago at the 1893 World's Fair, with Hope, Dime and Shimmer. The next, just as quickly, they were boxed into an opium den sideshow. The early 20th century showbiz was a terrifying experience, combining elements of starvation and hardship. Through those struggles, Houdini learned a valuable lesson. Confinement in a mess box posed a greater risk than imprisonment by creditors. He tinkered with handcuffs and shackles in his off hours, convinced there must be a way out. It was little wonder, given his name, that he became obsessed with getting out. He tested keys in his slimy apartment and studied locksmithing using ragged manuals. When Houdini first approached a lock, one friend would later quip, that lock screamed at an SOS by morning. By 1894, his wife Bess, formerly Wilhelmina Rana, was relieved that he was making more money as a doorman and bouncer than he was with his magic. It took a few more years of scraping by before anything resembling a big break materialised. But let's say the stage was set for Houdini to really break out. The year 1889 was Houdini's Houdini moment. He was performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, doing the same card tricks and juggling acts that had entertained Midwestern saloons for a decade. When fate, in the form of vaudeville manager Martin Beck, knocked on his dressing room door. Beck was already booking big novelty acts, and needed something new to wow the audience. Houdini demonstrated to Beck his preferred distraction technique, which involved escaping from a pair of prison handcuffs, a feat that would have left most men speechless. The normally unflappable Beck's eyes lit up. "Stick with those escape stunts," he advised, "and I'll get you on the Orpheum circuit." Within weeks, Houdini was performing at the top vaudeville halls across America. The public had suddenly gone wild for the idea that a man could slip through steel restraints as easily as you slip through airport security, and Houdini became their handcuff Houdini. He wasn't the first escape artist ever, but he invented the concept of escape mania. Every evening from St. Paul to Chicago, Houdini lived up to his name by springing free from county jail cells supplied by impressed local sheriffs. Tied in leather straps and dipped into rivers in wooden crates, he'd emerge minutes later dripping but unchained. He was performing escapes that were so physically impossible, newspaper misyorked, and girls fainted. One local paper headlined, "If I put these cuffs on, you'll never escape." And Houdini escaped anyway, basking in the headlines and leaving jailers to eat another bite of plain donuts for supper. By the year 1900, Beck had arranged for Houdini to travel abroad, and in London, Houdini rose to even greater fame. In England, he encountered a notoriously sceptical police force at Scotland Yard. The initial audition resulted in Houdini being restrained in the renowned yard's irons, and he confidently walked out in just 5 minutes. Houdini immediately secured a 6-month contract at London's Alhambra Theatre, where he quickly rose to fame. Americans and Brits alike flocked to his shows, and to Houdini this was no illusion. His salary shot up to $300 a week, a fortune at the time. A young man who once ate beans and rice with stagemates in New York was now presenting gold medals to his mother and renting a $25,000 brownstone in Harlem by 1904. As a nice bonus for poor Mama Weiss, he even bought her a gown rumoured to have been made for Queen Victoria, the proudest hour of the family's history, Houdini later said. By his mid-20s, Houdini had largely overcome his poverty. Newspapers began calling him the Handcuff King, so a title he wore with pride. He was also forthright about his methods. Houdini freely admitted to hiding skeleton keys in his pockets, tucking bits of wire into his sleeve, and occasionally using his teeth to pick a lock. He was genuinely risking his life to escape from jail cells. He studied every handcuff made, and had what one locksmith friend termed photographic memory for tricky locking mechanisms. Not that he needed memorization for long. As Houdini dryly noted in his 1910 book, a simple shoelace loop could open old cuffs almost as cleanly as a key. Every newsboy in New York soon knew the name Houdini. He discarded his old card tricks as easily as one would throw away last season's shoe polish. He was now preoccupied with impossible escapes, nail-riveted packing crates, straitjackets, Berlin police cell turnarounds, and yes, even a manacled swim in a Chicago river once. Houdini had invited the very police he was escaping from to hold him down, and watching them fail by midday was the best free publicity imaginable. If Houdini had charged for being locked up, he probably would have paid off his entire contract in stash of cuff keys. By 1905, the world knew him, and its breathless newsmen wanted more danger, more distance, more Houdini. With the handcuff trick safely under his belt, Houdini needed a new way to surprise the world, and when it came to upping the ante, Houdini was a natural risk-taker. Around 1908, he retreated from handcuffs in favour of dramatic water escapes. The milk can escape, his first major liquid act, involved Houdini padlocking himself inside a massive milk can filled with water and challenging an audience member to seal the top. Then, seconds later, he'd pop out like he'd never skipped breakfast. The stunt was so successful he took it overseas immediately, and crowd members began betting whether Houdini would dangle like a drowned insect or slip out victorious. Spoiler: Houdini won every time, much to the disappointment of the booing skeptics. Once the milk can became well known, imitators crept in like moths to a flame-proof cloth. Houdini, never one to be outdone, went around building more elaborate traps. In 1912, he unveiled what would become his most infamous gimmick, the Chinese water torture cell, which Houdini himself preferred to call simply upside down. For that purpose, he commissioned a custom tank of mahogany and steel, with a thick plate glass window and plumbing fixtures, in effect a giant aquarium on its side. He would be spread-eagled and dropped in head first, feet first, eyes only on the crowd. As water poured in to fill the cell completely, every spectator expected him to drown. Instead, Houdini held his breath, over 3 minutes in fact, and unlocked his way out while completely upside down. The act was so spectacular that audiences believed the illusionist had a fish-like appearance. and it remains one of Houdini's greatest triumphs to this day. Along with water feats, Houdini delighted in airborne escapades. No tall building was safe as long as Houdini was in town. One early stuntman in Leeds, England showed him bound in a straitjacket and then hoisted by his ankles 200 feet up a crane above the crowd. With thousands watching, he would wiggle free in plain sight, a stunt that drew comparable ticket sales to a Beatles concert or Super Bowl today. In New York, police actually banned him from dangling from high-wire offices, so Houdini chartered a tugboat and performed his packed cabin overboard stunt in the East River on July 7th, 1912. They nailed a crate around him, sank it, and then Houdini squeaked himself loose underwater before anyone ran to find the phone book on how to pronounce subpoena. Even death-defying wasn't enough without death itself. Houdini became equally famous for his buried alive acts, although those performances even gave him nightmares. In a 1915 stunt, he consented to bury himself under 6 feet of dirt, using only his arms as excavation tools. The ground compacted around him. Halfway down, he began clawing rapidly, only just managing to break the surface before panic took hold. He emerged in a nearly comical jumble of dirty hair and frantic apologies. It was rumoured afterward that Houdini's emergency call was "One Houdini, please, no rush." Reporters frequently questioned whether Houdini was ticklish or had a sidecar attached due to these and other coffin tricks. Typically, Houdini would joke that the obituary column posed the greatest threat to his life. No matter how elaborate the trap, Houdini insisted on transparency. Before some tricks, he'd even strip down and invite the audience to feel his biceps or punch him in the gut, proving he had no hidden keys. For his straitjacket escapes, he sometimes wore nothing but a G-string. In the torture cell, he made sure everyone saw him chained up through glass. One wag quipped that Houdini had nothing to hide. In fact, he practically showed everything off stage. These tactics built his image as a straight shooter, or bare straight shooter more precisely, in a business known for hocus pocus. Journalists lauded him as the only magician who performed without the veil of deceit, not realising Houdini had written that line himself on a poster. In any case, if Houdini had a motto in the trenches of public stunts, it would be, "We may waterboard me, but we won't water skip me." Thus, Houdini consistently elevated the standard and the anxiety of ticket holders until newsboys began promoting the next Houdini spectacle. By 1914, Houdini's signature escapes were polished and timeless. Critics noted that even his old milk can act looked different. He would now sometimes float an iron grill inside it, raising the difficulty. Legend has it Houdini discarded the grill later because the bars looked too helpful, like accidentally giving a ladder to someone who's supposed to be trapped. The torture cell itself underwent refinements. By the end of his career, Houdini travelled with a spare set of locks, chains, and even a second cell in case of emergency. Imagine yourself jammed head first in an iron coffin of water, with no key and a ticking clock, he liked to say on posters. It borders on the supernatural. The public believed him, though naturally no one was ever quite sure how he did it. Houdini's sidekick and wife Bess often co-starred in a minor role during these moments of theatrical faith. She handled the props, managed the timing, and once nearly fainted when an assistant accidentally locked her in a safe on stage. She recovered just long enough to signal Houdini to open it. Afterward, she quipped that if Houdini had failed, she'd have to update his act to the cremation cell. In every incredible stunt, Bess was quietly in the wings. The real Houdini often joked that behind every great escape artist there was an even greater stage manager. So while Harry starred in the Cell of Doom, Bess was the silent secretary of magic, making sure Houdini's solos had a solid encore. Houdini's stunts had become a full-time job of being otherworldly. But the world was certainly watching. Newspapers and fans bellowed "impossible" at every escape. The law enforcement establishment treated him with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. Los Angeles police insisted he was a humbug, then grudgingly hired him to escape from the LA jail. He turned the entire planet's jail system into his toolbox. To Houdini, these were hard lessons about locks and human nature. If you bend the rules just a bit, or break the lock, everyone will ask you to break free next. It was like the ultimate game of tag, except Houdini was always it, and chains were just part of the catch. By the late 1910s, Houdini's name had international cachet. He was rich and restless. There were no more dime museums in New York paying him by the burger and fries. Now he entertained kings and commoners. He continued to tour constantly, in Great Britain, Europe, Russia, and the Netherlands. and everywhere he went, Houdini challenged local police to one of his escape bouts. Every city became a stage, every prison a proving ground. In Moscow, for example, he escaped from a boxcar bound for Siberia. The key supposedly was kept at the North Pole. With each new country conquered, he collected souvenirs, orders from ministers, official certificates of escape artistry, and sometimes even a lawsuit or two. He once sued a German officer for claiming Houdini only escaped by bribery. Houdini proved the man wrong by popping open the judge's safe with the court's own keys. Newsreels eventually lured Houdini to the movies. He starred in a couple of early silent pictures in 1918 to 1919, like The Master Mystery, where he beat up a robot and got into a biplane chase. Audiences scratched their heads though. Was this an action film or a really weird magic show? Ultimately, Houdini found film less lucrative than vaudeville. As he told the press, his box office receipts beat Hollywood's silent charisma, so he returned to live audiences. He also had another pioneering gig in the skies. In 1910, he became the first person to pilot a powered airplane in Australia. "He's lifting off more than just our spirits," a reporter punningly wrote. Houdini was always seeking new challenges, whether it was digging through dirt or scaling clouds. Offstage, Houdini's fame brought him a celebrity lifestyle to match. He joined organizations of magicians, became president of the Society of American Magicians in 1917, and insisted on professionalism among his peers. His Harlem brownstone at 278 W to 113th Street became a museum of sorts, filled with rare tricks, mystical oddities, and books on every bit of occult nonsense he wanted to debunk. He bought a snazzy car and a custom-lined suitcase of locks and picks. In a humorous act of generosity, he reportedly spent Feuds on a ceremonial gown purportedly tailored for Queen Victoria and threw a grand party to showcase it, all to ensure his impoverished mother could be the centre of attention at the ball. "That day we could kill each other laughing," Houdini later said. For once, he had shown up high society and their jaws had hit the floor at his wildness. Throughout the 1910s, Houdini was touring roughly like a rock star. By 1920, Houdini was earning a salary significantly higher than that of an ordinary stage magician. People literally travelled to his show, even coming on pilgrimage when Houdini arrived in a city. He had realised that by turning every performance into the biggest stunt ever, he could keep the crowds coming back. So he did. And in a way, Houdini had become that rarity among entertainers, a guy who was famous primarily for surviving things. Yet for all the flash, one aspect of Houdini's persona remained personal. Even at the height of fame, he was curious, almost wistful, about the fringes of existence. He himself once admitted that he'd love nothing more than a moment's contact beyond with his beloved mother, who had died in 1913. So as 1920s optimism flourished, Houdini quietly became the moonlighting skeptic. He would attend seances in secret, take on private investigations of mediums, and write articles exposing the machinery behind ghostly tableaus. In short, he was determined to apply his escape artistry to the spiritual realm. But first, one more leap, the biggest one yet, was about to unfold. Even people who thought Houdini's stunts were hokum respected that his battles against phony spirits were remarkably sincere. In contrast to other magicians who casually pretended to be mediums on stage, Houdini had no desire to deceive. By the early 1920s, he had seen too many families ruined by con artists calling out from the void. On one hand, he was the showman who managed to smuggle himself into a floating tank, drowned, and miraculously survived. On the other hand, he was a grieving son, having promised his mother on her deathbed that if anyone in the family could communicate with the dead, he would be the first to test it. What transpired was Houdini's most significant act to date. He transformed into the undead's most terrifying adversary. Along with his wife Bess, and a secret cadre, the most famous being a lady named Rose Mackenberg, a real-life ghost detective, Houdini set about exposing human leeches who claimed to talk to the dead. They attended seances undercover, even sabotaging staged levitations and phony knockings. They documented cunning tricks like smoked meat used to spur ectoplasm, sticky bandages smuggled up sleeves, and hidden colluding accomplices. When newspapers of the day ran stories of hoodoo, Houdini often quipped that at least the ghost stories had actual ghostwriters, as he could barely find anyone willing to donate even a dime. Houdini's fire for this crusade came to a symbolic climax in 1926 when he testified before Congress. It was a rare appearance outside the stage, a stiff legislative hearing room instead of a vaudeville theatre. Houdini, accompanied by Senator Arthur Capper, boldly declared that spiritualism was a complete scam. He was not joking, he was a magician who had made a career out of deceiving death, and he boldly declared that these mediums should be ashamed. Society was transfixed. Newspapers called it uproarious and the apex of Houdini's anti-spiritualist crusade. He even supported bills to criminalise fake fortune-telling and phony spiritual communications. Observers were aware that Houdini had previously performed fake seances on small vaudeville stages solely for financial gain. But that was a long time ago, and now the focus was on the psychic charlatans. He felt a bit of irony and sometimes joked, "I put the ghost in Ghostbusters," to audiences. In truth, this mission wasn't about laughs, it was deeply personal. Bess and Houdini had agreed on a secret code, Rosa Bell, the title of Bess's favourite song, to confirm whether Houdini could truly communicate from the other side after his death. So far, every message from the spirit world would have been hogwash to him and him to us. Houdini also wielded his fame and organisational power in more direct ways. From 17 to his death, Houdini served as the president of the Magicians' Union, Society of American Magicians, urging his fellow magicians to expose frauds and to avoid joining the psychic movement. If a medium dared lecture him, Houdini would challenge them on stage. He famously offered $10,000, a small fortune, to anyone who could perform a real spiritual feat he couldn't explain. Unsurprisingly, he never wrote any checks. He frequently asserted that claiming it was all real was just as unethical as claiming the Titanic was unsinkable, and we all know how that turned out. The public found Houdini's switch to ghostbusting both fascinating and confusing. Here was a man who'd escaped death physically, now chasing after fake death claims. Some newspapers played along, dutifully reporting every sneer he made at so-called spiritual journalism. Others grumbled that Houdini was murdering market share for mediums. An editorial openly questioned whether Houdini saw himself as a hero or a villain. Throughout it all, Houdini never utilised his magic to solve this problem. Instead, he relied on basic sleight-of-hand knowledge and forensic intelligence. Houdini maintained a clear perspective in a world of deceit. There are tricks in every trade, and no one is more greedy than those who trade on the dead. Houdini's crusade gave him a new identity. Not just escapist entertainer, but public educator. He went on lecture tours, not only on how to break locks, but also on how to spot a fake medium's tacky gimmicks. For instance, he once walked on stage at a big spiritualist convention in tears, only to yank off his sham crystal ball and show the camera inside. People want something to believe in, he'd say, but at least they should know if it's a dollop of egg or an echo of the real thing. In these interviews he called charlatans crooks and liars, and to some he was the very definition of a fanatic. However, for many others, particularly the grieving widows and widowers, he emerged as an improbable defender of reason. He brought in any expert, psychic or not, who had evidence of the afterlife and tested it under harsh light. He even brought in trained stage hypnotists to test mediums claiming trance states. This all culminated in a congressional hearing in 1926, after which Houdini felt vindicated that at least lawmakers were listening. He would brag years later that he had become history's first professional ghostbuster, decades before Ghostbusters hit the pop charts. Houdini didn't anticipate the intense personal nature of this battle. He unintentionally stirred up controversy by becoming both a celebrity investigator and a subject of tabloid curiosity. Newspapers reported with relish that Houdini was arrogant, unscientific, or just plain superstitious. Some even claimed the devil had cursed him at one séance. Friends from his youth saw a change. The man who once joyfully bowed to his audiences was now hostile toward clothing horses of the occult. He argued openly with old friend Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes author, who had championed spiritualism. Doyle called Houdini a blasphemer for exposing mediums. Houdini called Doyle a fool for believing them. Their friendship, once built on mutual respect, fractured on fraudulent phantoms. Despite the growing friction, Houdini admitted he himself wanted a sign that maybe there was something beyond, but only if it was genuine. As president of Magicians, he asked colleagues to help craft the ultimate sitting. Before his first wife's death, they agreed on that secret code. The early seances Houdini and Bess held on Halloween each year became legend. Year after year, she announced there was no message. Every time the telephone rang on those nights, Houdini's heart would skip. However, Houdini's final performance in 1926 revealed something about him. A man who had defied every possible trick was now anticipating that he would approach death like any other challenge. And yet, like any outstanding showman, he would only tell the ending after the final curtain. Houdini's distaste for spiritualism had a consequence. True believers in the movement no longer saw Houdini as the gentle juggler from New York, but rather as a charismatic figure. Certain journalists began printing that Houdini had become a villain, like an official family exterminator at every funeral. Some spiritualist leaders took it personally. After all, Houdini had millions of dollars, fame, and a loyal following. When he exposed their tricks on national radio, many mediums retaliated by attacking his character. Conspiracy-minded gossip columns suggested Houdini only took on mediums because his own psychic powers were weak. The irony being, of course, that Houdini explicitly denied having any mystical powers other than what any talented locksmith and beastman might possess. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was perhaps the most enraged public figure among Houdini's upset constituency. The two men had been warm acquaintances. Doyle even participated in seances with Houdini's mother in 1922, until Houdini began mocking Doyle's beliefs. Doyle, who'd risked a claim by publicly endorsing spirits, felt personally insulted when Houdini compared metaphysics to a cheap parlour trick. The rift became bitter and enduring. Doyle persisted in attending spirit gatherings and publicly declared Houdini a heretic, even associating him with supernatural curses. One sensational headline had it, "Evil spirits put curse on Harry Houdini." A joke Houdini himself read with weary amusement. The friendship never recovered, and the image of Doyle as a true believer versus Houdini as the ultimate doubter became a literary trope. Sherlock Holmes versus Houdini had a lovely ring to it, the tabloids noted. The feud burdened Houdini behind the scenes. He often confided in friends that he truly wanted spiritualism to be real. He had nearly started the ghost wrestling course himself, but Doyle's dogmatism pushed him away. Still, Houdini channeled frustration into action. He had city newspapers keep publishing the spiritualist victims wanted ads, disguising himself to get invitations, then reported back to the public the silly ways mediums tried to fool them. To Houdini's credit, even when he poked fun at seance theatrics, often with a pun or two, he never got mean-spirited. He liked to say, "We all need a touching word after we lose someone, but let's make sure our touching words aren't glued on by trickery." Not all blowback was public debate, though. Some of it was deeply personal. Bess, Houdini's wife, took the brunt of their shared obsession. Although she supported his crusade, she also desperately yearned for any sign from beyond that would indicate her husband was still with her if he died first. Every Halloween from 1926 onward, Bess sat in darkness holding Houdini's coffin key and singing their secret song, waiting for Rosabelle Believe, their prearranged code. Year after year, there was no response. In 1936, a decade after the promise, Bess publicly declared that Houdini had indeed never reached out. She said, 10 years is long enough to wait for any man." This tearful final seance made headlines. Some people wrote it off as the end of a gimmick, but magicians still hold silent sessions at his grave to this day. However, in 1926, life continued with its usual peculiarities. Houdini continued touring and lecturing. The world still adored the escapist showman on stage. Yet those who knew him could see a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there in the old days of card tricks. Every new bill for a seance-critical lecture and every press interview about medium tricks added to an invisible tally he kept in his mind. At night he was said to have had unsettling dreams about being restrained or drowning, nightmares no one could applaud as they did his on-stage escapades. But still, every morning he put on his costume as a tabloid publicity photographer and lock enthusiast. He joked in private letters. To defeat death is one thing, to defeat those who profit from death's scare tactic is another. The public, for its part, had mixed reactions. Many admired Houdini's honesty and backed his legislative efforts. Some religious newspapers even published his cynical gags. For example, Houdini wrote that if fireflies came out only after someone died, people would buy electric lights instead of hiring mediums. But a portion of fans felt mildly betrayed. After cheering him in applause lines for years, a few older admirers were puzzled at seeing his name on exposés of their favourite mediums. Magician colleagues either applauded his integrity or grumbled that he was attracting too much controversy. Society's magazines began publishing articles such as Houdini Slays Fairy Photos and Holmes Creator Seaver's Ties with Houdini, which gave the public the impression that he was a magician turned cop. Even Houdini's own press agents had to scramble. They shifted headlines from Houdini's Wild Rides to Houdini's Wild Sights, where wild here meant decidedly unimpressive magic without see-through trickery. Some days he waved off the dust-ups by announcing a new escape challenge, like dangling from a plane, and the media happily obliged. On other days, scribblers would ask him if his fight against ghostlies meant he now believed only in himself. Houdini would laugh and say, "If you can survive being locked in a safe and then thrown from a plane, the only thing you're sure of is gravity." Despite everything, Houdini appeared to accept the consequences. It was the nature of a showman to feed on attention after all, and nothing attracted headlines like Houdini versus the unseen world. Still, he knew his legacy was shifting. He wrote later that he wanted to be remembered not for tricks or big muscles, but for fighting. Gams! In his heart, he hoped people would credit him with something deeper than just 1,000 straitjacket escapes. As the critics sneered and the spiritualists hissed, Houdini honed his wit and picklocks, determined to end this act according to his own terms. The final act of Houdini's life unfolded like a scripted nightmare of his own. On October 9th, 1926, performing in Albany, New York, he injured his ankle during a trick, a reminder that even a Superman has the limits. He hobbled through shows until doctors advised rest, but Houdini, ever proud to deliver the show, shrugged it off, saying, "A broken ankle is not going to stop Houdini." Then came Halloween, 1926's prelude. While resting in Montreal on October the 22nd after a lecture, a member of the audience, a punch-loving medical student, asked Houdini if he was as tough as rumours. "Knock me out if you can," Houdini joked. The student, Dr. J. Gordon Whitehead, obliged with a series of swift blows to Houdini's stomach, landing several before Harry could tense up. Houdini gasped but laughed it off. He called it a fun experiment, telling reporters later he'd felt nothing but an empty pain. That evening he boarded a train for Detroit, attributing the discomfort in his gut to that playful punch in his stubborn foot. On October the 24th, Houdini's show in Detroit began with an uncharacteristically slow start. He complained of cramps and cold sweats. After a late-night performance, which he insisted on doing despite temperatures spiking to 104 degrees Fahrenheit in his dressing room, he collapsed backstage. A doctor diagnosed acute appendicitis and urged immediate surgery. Houdini, known for pep-talking his body, reportedly grinned and said, "I'll do this show if it's my last." But by 6 a.m, he could no longer delay. Houdini was rushed into surgery. The appendectomy revealed a ruptured appendix had sent infection, peritonitis, coursing through his abdomen. The great Houdini now fought for his life with novelty anti-serums and multiple operations, but the escape artist met a foe he couldn't outmaneuver. On October the 31st, 1926, Halloween, he finally passed away, a 52-year-old man who had braved death for our entertainment. His oft-reported final words were a hushed, "I'm tired of fighting." The world was stunned. Newspapers published gloomy headlines. The master of escapes had vanished, possibly due to a cunning move or a stroke of fate. The official cause listed was peritonitis from a ruptured appendix, but already the legend of Houdini needed an even more spectacular finale. Many whispered that the friendly jab in Montreal had been more serious than Houdini let on. A few doctors of the era indeed speculated that Whitehead's blows had caused the appendix to burst, while others argued the situation was mere coincidence. The truth remains something we'll never fully know. Even some modern medical journals debate how often belly trauma actually causes appendicitis. We do know this: the surgeon discovered no abnormalities apart from the spread of infection, and Houdini's family discreetly maintained that it was merely a tragic accident. But for the public, the timing felt eerie. The man who spent his life escaping death had been tricked by our one natural enemy, time. Millions turned out to silently imagine Houdini's version of the last great escape on that dark Halloween. Biographers later noted it as a poetic, if tragic, symmetry. Houdini's final moment occurred on the Night of Spirits. While doctors tended his body, Houdini's mind reportedly raced to that final promise he'd made to Bess. Between operations in his hospital bed, Houdini mumbled the code Rosabelle, believe, fervently hoping for a response. Alas, he never came through. In fact, by some reports he asked for his notebook to jot down any bizarre occurrences, as though expecting us at a ghostly pen to answer him. On November 1st, under the watch of his stunned wife and 2 brothers, Houdini let go of his mortal frame. The world lost not just an escape artist, but a showman who had always insisted on reality. The news of his death disseminated swiftly, akin to wild smoke emanating from a fog machine. Movie houses dimmed lights. Theatres held brief memorial shows. Across the globe, magicians knelt, severing a straitjacket on stage, and observing a moment of silence. Indeed, Houdini had vanished from the realm of life, leaving a legacy of unresolved mysteries. Did his last heroic act lie in hunting out any phony mediums, or in proving that even the greatest man must someday give in to fate? That remained a question for the Midnight Philosophers. We are aware of how people remember him. As promised, Bess held one final seance a decade later, and on Halloween 1936 she declared Houdini did not come through. Every year on that date, magicians still gather at his gravesite, or, when the city says no, gather elsewhere, to honour the legendary escapist. They close their eyes, they whisper the secret song, and whether a breeze stirs or not, they say it in unison. Rosabelle, believe. It's tradition, part tribute, part hope. Houdini himself would likely be amused by it all, perhaps making one last wonderful escape with a sly grin. For nearly 3 centuries we have never really known how he pulled most of his tricks off, and perhaps that mystery is fitting. Houdini left no key to the afterlife behind, only the legend of his earthly feats. He remains a figure who cheated the Grim Reaper on stage time and again, and who wrote, in effect, an obituary for mediocrity every time he won. The individual who had experienced life in a unique way imparted a final lesson to us. Sometimes the greatest escape is not from chains or water, but from the ordinary. Harry Houdini was the master of slipping away, but even he couldn't escape history's tight grip. Tonight, you were there in the water tanks, the locked cabinets, the handcuffs hidden under the stage lights. You felt the rush of applause, the hush of anticipation, and maybe, just maybe, a bit of panic when the keys weren't quite where you left them. But in the end, it was all an illusion, an artful dance of risk and reward. Hopefully you're either asleep by now or just getting there. Our stories are designed to help as much as possible, but sometimes that won't always work. So we throw in other stories with all kinds of different histories in the hopes something will click, especially for the beginning of the week, because sleep is crucial. So take it easy, my sleepyheads, sweet dreams, and good night. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination, it was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasised in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals, and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environments surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work, On the Origin of Species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognising the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life, including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior and the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, his perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world, a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political, and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition. It was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail, and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different, because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God, but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, the death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tiryns' protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, Rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deeds spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication, unlike Athens or Thebes. It lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there is little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle: drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside, displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph? Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered, yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaican hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades, diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognised these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, He subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture, but Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus' feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the courts seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus's orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus' commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained: descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus bare-handed if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. He expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed: could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the gods' inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus' demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he reused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, A woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Weta, step by tortured step. He climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in wail, fulfilling of the destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices about the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory. Drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules, learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognizing his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Iolaus or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles, even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell. In the retelling of old stories, his name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes. The moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts, haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales, She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise. Shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Skeeler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Skeeler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognised his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organise resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favouritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals and the young nation could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably, from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward, torn between personal ethics and societal codes. Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability, but the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he had caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Wyndham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her. evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children, or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. she watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her, a woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the Druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Ayed stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions." All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. "The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Ayed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown." Bran handed Ayed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. "Plant these carefully," Bran instructed softly. "Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse." Ayed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Ayed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Ayed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. "From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion." Rising to his feet, Ayed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Ayed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Ayed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. "Remember, Ayed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide." Ayed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. "I will remember, Bran," he promised earnestly. "I will honour this responsibility with every breath." Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Ayed's shoulder. "Then your journey has truly begun." Returning to his modest dwelling, Ayed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Ayed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. "Tonight," Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, "we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure." Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. "Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people." With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist, even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours, who stepped aside silently as Ayed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Ayed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Ayed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Ayed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloth soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Ayed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully, so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Ayed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Ayed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Ayed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Ayed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Ayed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Ayed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said, "Feuds. Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. "Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy." Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. "Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above." The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older, with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions, and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals, and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love. His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an endurance. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honour demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action, insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene. A quiet, deliberative. He weighed options carefully, but the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus, the conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front, so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganised American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localised. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realised the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and Indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed is dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at an indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory, or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed. British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancor that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victor or concession. Thus the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanish neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War, yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valor, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized. fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganisation to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalized groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasizes that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarized as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes, and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalising that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionised. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed Indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, it signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. Napoleon Bonaparte's story opens not in the halls of Parisian power, but on a rugged Mediterranean island. He was born Napoleone di Buonaparte in 1769 in Ajaccio, Corsica, only months after France seized the island from Genoa. As a boy, he spoke the Italian Corsican dialect and harboured fierce pride in his Corsican heritage. Sent to mainland France for schooling at age 9, he arrived a thin, intense child who felt himself very much an outsider. Classmates mocked his accent and provincial manners. In quiet moments under the ancient oaks of Brienne Academy, young Bonaparte dreamed of home, the smell of the maqui shrubs on Corsican hillsides and tales of heroism by Corsican patriot Pasquale Paoli. These memories fueled a lifelong resentment and a drive to prove himself in a world that perceived him as a foreigner. Yet France also opened new horizons for him. At the Royal Military School in Paris, Napoleon, as he still signed his name, immersed himself in Enlightenment ideas and military texts. He was a voracious reader of Rousseau and Voltaire, cultivating radical notions about merit and reason. Commissioned as a young artillery officer, he honed a mathematical precision in ballistics and a steely calm under pressure. Still, in the late 1780s, the ambitious lieutenant found himself idling on half-pay in provincial garrisons, chafing at the lack of opportunity. Letters to his family betray a restless mind. He wrote an unfinished story and essays on Corsican history, longing to carve out a place for himself. By 1789, the French Revolution's fiery rhetoric gripped him. The revolution's eruption promised career opportunities for talented individuals, and Bonaparte, now known as Bonaparte in French, was determined to capitalise on this opportunity. He returned to Corsica during the early revolution, hoping to spread the new ideals. However, island politics turned against him. The revered Paoli deemed Napoleon a traitor for siding with the French Republic. In 1793, after a bitter falling out and an attempt to depose Paoli's Corsican government, the Bonaparte family fled their homeland under threat. The 24-year-old artillery captain arrived back in France as a refugee, but also as a staunch Republican officer hungry for action. He soon got his chance. At the end of 1793, Royalists in the southern port of Toulon revolted and welcomed British forces. the besieging revolutionary army faltered until Bonaparte, through a mix of Corsican connections and sheer assertiveness, was assigned to direct the artillery. Amidst the thunder of cannons and acrid smoke, Napoleon shone. He emplaced batteries with lethal effectiveness, blasting the harbour and forcing the British to flee. In the final assault, a bayonet wound scarred his thigh, but victory was complete. The achievement was stunning. A little-known Corsican had masterminded the recapture of Toulon. Word of his brilliance travelled to Paris, and at age 24 Bonaparte was promoted to brigadier general. The scent of gunpowder at Toulon signalled his ascent to prominence, but revolutionary fortunes shifted quickly. Just months later, Robespierre and the radical Jacobins fell from power. Napoleon, considered a Robespierre ally by association, was arrested. He was briefly jailed in a dank cell at Fort Carré. The omniscient fates that had elevated him now threatened to cut short his ascent. He emerged unscathed but unemployed, pacing the Paris streets in a threadbare coat, surviving on meagre rations. During this low ebb in 1795, he even toyed with leaving France to serve the Ottoman Sultan, an ironic prospect for one who would one day humble the great powers of Europe. Opportunity, however, knocked again that October. Royalist mobs stormed toward the ruling convention, aiming to topple the fragile republic. General Paul Barras, desperate to save the revolution, tapped the only artillery expert he knew who could be ruthless enough, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon did not hesitate. Stationing cannon in the streets of Paris, he met the royalist charge with blasts of grape shot at point-blank range. The cobblestones of the Rue Saint-Honoré shook with each thunderous volley, shredding the insurgent columns and sending the survivors into panicked flight. A whiff of grape shot, one witness called it caustically, describing how shredded banners and bodies littered the smoky avenues. Bonaparte's decisive action saved the revolutionary government. In a single brutal afternoon, he became the Republic's saviour, and also earned a reputation for cold-blooded efficiency that some would not forget. Paris grew quiet at dusk, the air heavy with the tang of spent gunpowder and a new awareness. A young general had shown he would not hesitate to fire on his fellow Frenchmen to secure order. Far from hiding this bloody episode, Napoleon later had it celebrated each year, defending himself with the remark that a soldier is only a machine to obey orders. The reward for this loyal service was extraordinary. Within weeks, the Directory, the new executive body, gave 26-year-old Bonaparte command of the Army of Italy, a post that seasoned generals had coveted. Around the same time, he met Josephine de Beauharnais, a glamorous Creole widow 6 years his senior who was connected to Barras. The attraction was immediate and consuming. In March 1796, just days before departing to take up his new command, Napoleon married Josephine in a private civil ceremony. He adored her with an earnest, impassioned love that blazed through the letters he would soon send daily from the Italian front. Josephine provided the social polish and connections he lacked. He gave her devotion and the promise of destiny. As he rode out of Paris in the spring rain, Napoleon Bonaparte was a curious figure, a Corsican outsider turned Republican general, recently a penniless outcast, now head of an army. His ambitions were boundless. France had given him an army and a beautiful wife. He intended to repay both with glory. The die was cast. The little corporal's rapid ascent was about to commence. The slender young general who arrived to lead the Army of Italy in 1796 found a dispirited, ragtag force clad in rags and hungry for both food and victory. Napoleon's predecessors had achieved little in the grinding war against Austria, but the new commander electrified his men from the outset. Gathering the troops, who looked skeptically at his slight stature and youthful face, he pointed toward the enemy's rich lands beyond the Alps. "Soldiers," he cried, "you are ill-fed and almost naked. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will lie in your power. In them you will find honour, glory and riches." The soldiers erupted in cheers. Skepticism gave way to fervour as he promised to transform their threadbare desperation into triumph. During the early days of the campaign in the damp foothills of Piedmont, men who were on the verge of deserting instead found themselves prepared to follow this fiery little general to the farthest reaches of the earth. Napoleon promptly fulfilled his promise. He moved with startling speed and aggression, catching Austrian and Piedmontese armies off balance with bold tactics. In a whirlwind of battles through the mountain passes, he demonstrated a predator's instinct, striking where least expected and driving his exhausted troops forward with sheer force of will. At Montenotte, Dago, Millesimo and Mondovi, French cannon and bayonets routed forces that months before would have sent them reeling. The Austrian generals, many twice Bonaparte's age, were confounded by his unpredictable manoeuvres. "They haven't seen anything yet," Napoleon boasted confidently after one victory. "In our time, no one has the slightest conception of what is great. It is up to me to give them an example." His bravado was backed by action. He negotiated Piedmont's withdrawal from the war within weeks, then turned the army of Italy against the Austrians occupying Lombardy. In May 1796, Napoleon cemented his legend at the bridge over the Adda River, near the town of Lodi. The Austrian rearguard had taken up a strong position across the river, their cannon covering the narrow wooden span. Rather than wait for a safer crossing, Bonaparte decided on a frontal assault that defied all conventional sense. Amidst the deafening roar of enemy guns, he personally helped aim French cannons and rallied a column of grenadiers for a head-on charge. Tricolour flag in hand, he plunged onto the bridge at the head of his men. Grapeshot whistled past his ears, planks splintered under the blast of artillery. For an instant, the attack faltered under withering fire, but Napoleon stood firm in the smoke, his sword drawn and his uniform powdered with gun smoke. His presence ignited the troops. With a final yell, "En avant!" the troops surged forward, overrunning the Austrian guns. On the far bank, the stunned enemy broke and fled. Lodi was a small battle, but in its drama lay the seed of a myth. The soldiers, amazed by their general's fearless exposure to fire and his willingness to do a corporal's work loading guns, affectionately dubbed him Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. That night, as the exhausted French camped under a moonlit sky, Napoleon could not sleep. The adrenaline of victory and survival coursed through him. In later years, he would recall that at Lodi, from that moment on, I foresaw what I might be. Already I felt the earth flee from beneath me, as if I were being carried into the sky. It was at Lodi that Napoleon Bonaparte began to believe unequivocally in his destiny. Through the summer and autumn of 1796, Napoleon led his army on a relentless offensive that read like something out of Caesar's commentaries. Napoleon swiftly crossed the Po River, flanked enemy positions using mountain tracks, and repeatedly encircled the Austrians. In battle after battle, Castiglione, Arcole, Rivoli, the French overcame superior numbers through Bonaparte's imaginative tactics and the esprit de corps he instilled. His troops marched hungry and barefoot over the Alps, referring to him as Father Violet due to his unexpected arrival, much like the first violet of spring. They came to believe he could do it, could take any fortress and defeat any foe, and often he did. After a grueling siege, Napoleon captured Mantua in early 1797, breaking Austrian resistance in Italy. By that spring he had advanced to the very edge of Austrian territory. The once mighty Habsburg Empire, shocked by the string of defeats inflicted by this upstart, sued for peace rather than see Vienna threatened. Bonaparte dictated terms like a seasoned statesman. In the Treaty of Campo Formio, October 1797, he reshaped the map of northern Italy, creating new republics under French influence, and ceded Venetia to Austria as compensation. Remarkably, he negotiated this peace directly, outshining the politicians back in Paris. Here was a general taking the initiative to formulate foreign policy, a sign of the growing power he was accumulating. Meanwhile, in the territories he conquered, Napoleon revealed other facets. He presented himself as a liberator, abolishing feudal privileges and spreading revolutionary principles in Italy. But he also levied heavy contributions and sent convoys of looted art back to France. Wagon loads of paintings and sculptures, spoils from Milan, Verona and Venice, trundled over the Alps bound for the Louvre, evidence that Napoleon understood the propaganda value of culture. Parisians were thrilled at the arrival of masterpieces and the news of victory. The directors in Paris found themselves eclipsed by the glory of their young general. As his fame grew, so did the complexities of his character. Napoleon the Romantic, for instance, was on full display in Italy. Separated from Josephine, he wrote her letters almost nightly, pouring out his heart in unguarded prose. "I have loved you for a long time," he wrote after one battle, "and I feel that I love you more each day. I thought I loved you a few days ago, but since I saw you, I feel that I love you 1,000 times more," words that reveal a passionate, even obsessive attachment. On the battlefield he was icy and calculated, but alone in his tent by candlelight he could be almost feverish with longing. Unbeknownst to him, Josephine's replies were infrequent and often perfunctory. The worldly Creole was enjoying Paris society, and a discreet affair on the side. This imbalance of affection, the conqueror of Italy begging for love, was a poignant contradiction. The soldiers saw their general as a demigod, yet in matters of the heart he could be as vulnerable as any man. Napoleon was the most renowned figure in France by the time he returned to Paris at the end of 1797. Newspapers hailed him as le héros d'Italie, the Italian hero, extolling his triumph over overwhelming challenges. Walking through the Tuileries gardens, civilians gaped, and officers snapped to attention. The energy he exuded had altered the course of a continent in a matter of months. Yet the Directory grew wary. Here was a general whose popularity rivaled their legitimacy. In Napoleon's piercing grey eyes and curt self-confidence, some Directory members glimpsed a potential threat. For the time being, they showered him with honours, inviting him to dine with directors and seeking his advice on grand strategy. However, these politicians secretly felt a sense of relief when Bonaparte accepted a new assignment that took him far from Paris. The restless general, just 28, was already looking beyond Italy. In his omnivorous mind, the next grand adventure was forming. He spoke of an expedition to Egypt, a bold strike aimed indirectly at England. It was audacious and full of risk, perfectly suited to Napoleon Bonaparte, who by now believed destiny had extraordinary plans for him. Napoleon embarked on his campaign in the East as both conqueror and visionary, determined to etch his name alongside Alexander the Great. In May 1798, he set sail from France with a fleet of soldiers, scholars and dreams, leaving the comforts of Europe for the fabled sands of Egypt. The voyage itself felt like a journey into legend. On deck under the stars, Napoleon would point out constellations to his savants and muse about the glory of antiquity. By day, he devoured books on the Orient. He was not merely leading an army, he was crafting an image of himself as an enlightened liberator and a new Caesar of the East. The soldiers, packed tightly in the sweltering holds, were regaled with their general's proclamations that they were bound for immortal glory. Many were seasick and anxious, yet they believed in him. It was said that as their ships passed by the Great Pyramids visible on the horizon, Napoleon dramatically addressed his troops. Soldiers, from the summit of these pyramids 40 centuries look down upon you. The line, echoing across the desert wind, sent shivers down the ranks. It was bombastic, historically dubious, and utterly effective in stirring men's souls. Bonaparte was scripting his mythology even as it unfolded. After a swift conquest of the port of Alexandria, Napoleon marched his army inland to confront the ruling Mamluk warlords. On July 21, 1798, near the village of Embabe, Napoleon deployed his troops in massive squares, with the hazy outline of pyramids in the distance. The Battle of the Pyramids, as it came to be known, was as much theatre as combat. Mamluk cavalry in colourful silk and armour charged repeatedly, renowned for their ferocity, but they shattered against the disciplined French squares bristling with bayonets. Amid the volleys and cannon smoke, French drummers beat a steady rhythm that mingled with the distant cries of camels and the clang of scimitars. Napoleon, seated atop a grey Arabian charger, surveyed the battlefield through his spyglass, outwardly calm. When the dust settled by late afternoon, thousands of Mamluk riders lay dead or dying in the Nile marshes. The French losses were relatively light. Word spread among the locals that the young general had supernatural powers. How else could one explain such a lopsided victory? Napoleon encouraged these whispers. He established himself in Cairo and convened a diwan, council, of local notables, pledging respect for Islam and the people. In proclamations, he professed admiration for the Prophet Muhammad and claimed the French were friends of Muslims, even inventing a tale of a mystical conversation with imams in a pyramid. Such declarations were cynical but shrewd, aimed at pacifying a land he knew little about. Bonaparte the chameleon was adapting once more. In Cairo he appeared draped in an oriental robe at times, playing the part of the liberator of the East. However, reality intruded on his grandiose plans. In August 1798, mere weeks after the triumph at the pyramids, disaster struck at sea. The British Admiral Horatio Nelson caught the French fleet anchored in Aboukir Bay and annihilated it in a fiery night-long battle. In one night, Napoleon's communication with France was severed. His army was stranded in Egypt. Unfazed outwardly, he doubled down on forging a new narrative. If return to Europe was cut off, he would turn his conquest into a transformative mission. He established the Institut d'Egypte in Cairo, where scholars studied everything from ancient hieroglyphs the Rosetta Stone would soon be unearthed by his team, to modern irrigation. French officers strolled the streets with notebooks instead of only muskets. The occupation took on a curious dual nature: brutal military rule on one hand, suppressing revolts with mass executions when needed, and enlightened exploration on the other. Napoleon ordered local printers to produce a French-Arabic newspaper, Courrier de l'Egypte, praising French victories and reforms. He commissioned artists to sketch ruins and scientists to catalogue Egypt's flora and fauna. Under the glow of lanterns in Cairo's palaces, conversations about philosophy and governance unfolded in both French and Arabic. This blend of force and charm offensive was Bonaparte's approach to empire building. Gloire through both sword and pen. Yet Egypt would test Napoleon as never before. In early 1799, hungry for further laurels and concerned by an impending Ottoman counterattack, he marched north into Ottoman Syria, today's Israel-Palestine, an overland journey through Sinai's deserts into a crucible of hardship. The campaign swiftly turned into a terrifying ordeal. The sun above was merciless. Water was scarce. Plague stalked the ranks. Still, Napoleon pushed on, capturing coastal towns like El Arish and Gaza, and then storming Jaffa in March 1799. At Jaffa, a horrifying incident tarnished his reputation. After the city fell, thousands of Ottoman soldiers who had surrendered, including a garrison previously paroled by the French, were executed under Napoleon's orders, most by shooting or bayonet. It was an act of ruthless expedience. He could neither feed nor guard so many prisoners while enemy forces gathered nearby. The beach outside Jaffa became a field of death. Later accounts describe columns of prisoners being led out under guard, forced to kneel in the dunes, and the crackle of musket fire mingling with screams. Napoleon never publicly acknowledged this massacre. Within days he had moved on. But some of his officers were sickened by it. The general who spoke of enlightenment had shown he would also cross any moral line for military necessity. Days later, in the same city, another scene emerged, immortalised in paint and propaganda as a counterpoint to the bloodshed. A vicious outbreak of bubonic plague ravaged the French camp after Jaffa. Soldiers lay moaning in a makeshift hospital, housed in an old caravansary. Fear of contagion spread even faster than the disease. Many troops dared not go near the stricken. Napoleon understood that fear could destroy his army faster than plague itself. So on a warm morning in mid-March he visited the plague hospital in Jaffa. According to accounts, he strode through the low archways of the mosque-turned-infirmary with a calm expression as rays of light pierced the dusty air. Rows of the sick and dying lined the walls, their faces etched with feverish agony. Napoleon showed no hesitation. He moved from cot to cot, speaking softly, even touching one soldier's inflamed bubo with his bare hand in a gesture of compassion and courage. The men watched in astonishment as their general, the same man who had ordered prisoners shot days before, now comforted the afflicted with near saintly composure. One soldier reportedly tried weakly to rise and salute. Napoleon gently bade him rest. This visit became legendary. Later, back in France, the event would be commemorated by artist Antoine-Jean Gros in a massive painting depicting Bonaparte as a fearless healer reaching out to the plague-stricken, bathed in a quasi-religious glow. The painting glossed over the grimmer context, yet its power endures. It was propaganda as much as compassion, Napoleon crafting the myth of himself as both ruthless conqueror and benevolent hero. That spring, however, military realities were harsh. Napoleon's advance into the heart of Syria encountered the formidable walls of Acre. British warships aided the Ottoman defenders, and despite repeated assaults, the fortress of Acre did not fall. Bonaparte's army grew weaker by the day. Plague, heat, and stiff resistance sapped their strength. After 2 months of frustration, Napoleon finally lifted the siege in May 1799. He led his gaunt, worn men on a grueling retreat back to Egypt, harassed by mounted Ottoman forces and bedevilled by the merciless climate. The omniscient narrator of history might note that the event was the first serious setback in Napoleon's career. Outside the walls of Acre, the limits of his fortune became evident. In one poignant incident during the retreat, a French soldier, too sick to walk, begged not to be left behind. Napoleon paused, and in a rare display of quiet mercy, ordered that a horse be left for the man, a small redemption for Jaffa's horror. By late 1799, back in Cairo, Napoleon received word of political turmoil in France and the threat of invasion by European coalitions. Sensing that his moment on the larger world stage had arrived, he made a fateful decision. He would abandon the Egyptian enterprise and return to Paris post-haste. He left General Kleber in charge of the army, with secret instructions to negotiate a withdrawal, and slipped out of Egypt with a few close aides in August 1799. By luck and stealth, he navigated through the British blockades and arrived in France in October, where he was greeted as a hero. Astonishingly, the disasters, the fleet's destruction and the failure at Acre were largely suppressed or ignored in the news. Instead, France heard only of the triumphs, the Battle of the Pyramids, the scientific discoveries, and the bold Eastern adventure. In the public eye, Napoleon returned from Egypt draped in oriental mystery and glory, as he intended. He brought home scholars' reports, exotic animals and art, further fueling the legend he was weaving around himself. The Egyptian expedition ultimately was a mixed success at best in practical terms, but in terms of Napoleon's self-made mythology, it was a triumph. He had shown France not only a general of battlefield genius, but also a leader who aspired to greatness on a civilizational scale. He cast himself as a new Alexander, a lawgiver and patron of knowledge as well as a warrior. The contradictions were stark. The same man who executed prisoners and poisoned plague victims also posed as an emancipator and enlightened ruler. Napoleon seemed aware that to achieve immortality, a leader had to shape his narrative. In Egypt he learned the power of image and propaganda. From the grandiose proclamations and commissioned paintings to the curated flow of news back to Europe, he ensured that he, Napoleon Bonaparte, would not be considered merely another French general. He would become a figure worthy of epics, a man who conquered ancient lands and engaged in conversation with the pyramids. As he returned to France, he prepared for his next daring action, seizing political power. The saviour of France had returned from the deserts, burnished by sun and fame, ready to dictate the next chapter of the revolution. The France Napoleon returned to in 1799 was ripe for change, and he knew it. The Directory government was deeply unpopular, marred by corruption, economic troubles and military setbacks in Europe during his absence. Paris buzzed with rumours of coups and conspiracies. Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the directors, famously muttered that France needed a head, a sword to complete the revolution's work. Fresh from his Egyptian mystique and Italian laurels, Napoleon appeared to many as the ideal candidate for this role. Ever the political opportunist, he quietly aligned with plotters including Sieyès, Talleyrand and his savvy younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte. Behind closed doors in Parisian salons thick with cigar smoke, the plotters schemed to topple the Directory throughout October 1799. Napoleon was cautious at first, assessing every detail like a battlefield plan. But as the crowds cheered him in the streets and even the fickle newspapers hailed him, he realised that now was the crucial moment. Weaker men get caught in the current of events, he confided to a friend, but I will direct events myself. The omniscient narrator might observe that fortune was once again favouring him. Napoleon put his plan in motion on the morning of 18 Brumaire, year 8, November 9th, 1799, by the Republican calendar. Under the pretext of a supposed Jacobin coup threat, he persuaded the councils, France's legislature, to move their session out of volatile Paris to the suburban chateau of Saint-Cloud, where his loyal troops could surround them. The air was tense and thick with the intrigue as Bonaparte donned his general's uniform, mounted a horse and trotted through the Paris streets flanked by grenadiers. He had told Josephine to be ready for any outcome, success or his death or imprisonment. "If I fail, I shall be outlawed tomorrow," he said flatly. By afternoon, under grey November skies, soldiers occupied key positions around Saint-Cloud. Inside, bewildered deputies gathered in gilded chambers, suspecting something was amiss. Napoleon paced in an antechamber, uncharacteristically nervous. He was a man used to commanding armies, not quelling politicians, and for perhaps the first time doubt gnawed at him. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and strode into the hall of the Council of Ancients head high. He addressed the ancients with controlled passion, decrying the incapable Directory and the perils facing France. His hands trembled slightly as he gestured. This was no battlefield, and the hostile stares of elected deputies were a new kind of danger. Some applauded, but others murmured in dissent. Napoleon next moved to the Council of 500, the lower house where things would soon descend into chaos. The moment he entered the orangery, where 500 legislators were meeting, a hostile roar rose up. Down with the tyrant, outlaw him Jacobin deputies screamed upon seeing soldiers at his back. Napoleon momentarily stumbled over his words, declaring that his only goal was to preserve the Republic. His presence inflamed the assembly. A knot of deputies rushed at him, one even lunging as if to stab him with a paper knife. Amid shouts of hors la loi, outlaw him, Napoleon turned pale and reportedly began to shake. For a heartbeat, it seemed his carefully laid coup might collapse in embarrassment. Grenadiers hustled him out as the hall erupted in pandemonium. Outside, in the palace courtyard, Napoleon caught his breath, sweat beading on his forehead in the cool autumn air. He was used to battlefield glory, but this was raw political theatre, and it was almost lost. The day was saved by a combination of military force and his brother's quick wits. Lucien Bonaparte decisively took the stage as president of the Council of 500. He slipped away and addressed the soldiers waiting outside. With a dramatic flourish, Lucien drew his sword and pointed it at Napoleon's chest, shouting that his brother had been attacked by assassins inside, and that he would strike Napoleon down himself if ever the general betrayed the people. The grenadiers, perplexed but swayed by Lucien's bravado, rallied. They burst into the hall with fixed bayonets, clearing it of recalcitrant deputies in minutes. Legislators scrambled out windows or bolted for the doors as soldiers occupied the chamber. By evening, Saint-Cloud was silent save for the measured tramp of boots on marble floors. A rump of hand-picked deputies, brought back under bayonet guard, voted to abolish the Directory and appointed a 3-man consulate to govern France. The coup, though far messier than planned, had succeeded. Napoleon was named first consul, the dominant position in the new government. As he rode back to Paris that night under escort, he was exhausted but exultant. "The revolution is over," he declared to an aide with quiet triumph. "I am the revolution now." In reality, it was a new beginning. The 30-year-old general had seized control of the nation. Over the next months, Napoleon solidified his power with breathtaking speed and shrewdness. While Sieyès and Ducos, the other 2 consuls, were shunted aside into irrelevance, Bonaparte set up residence in the Tuileries Palace, the former royal residence, signalling that a new kind of ruler had arrived. He worked ferociously, sometimes 18 hours a day, overseeing everything from military operations to administrative reforms. The third-person omniscient view allows a glimpse into his private routine. Rising before dawn, he would dictate letters to multiple secretaries in succession, his mind leaping from topic to topic, then meet ministers, then generals, sorting each issue with a decisive clarity. He seemed to scarcely need sleep, running on ambition and endless cups of strong coffee. France, weary of a decade of revolutionary chaos, responded enthusiastically to firm leadership, even as Napoleon tightened censorship on the press and set up an efficient secret police under Joseph Fouché. Many welcomed the stability these measures brought. A new slogan appeared: authority, not liberty. The very people who had once shouted for freedom now craved order, and Bonaparte delivered it. Abroad, he continued to prove his genius on the battlefield, further cementing his position at home. In 1800, when Austria threatened to overturn the gains of the revolution, Napoleon led a dramatic crossing of the Alps, guiding the army of the reserve through the high passes with cannon dragged by mules and men, in scenes that would later be immortalised in art, albeit with a white charger he likely never rode. He surprised the Austrians in northern Italy by securing a victory at Marengo in June 1800, a fierce battle where a midday crisis almost led to the French's defeat, but a timely cavalry charge reversed the outcome. Marengo became mythic in France. Napoleon spun it as a grand triumph of his personal leadership. Indeed, when his exhausted troops cheered Vive Bonaparte on the blood-soaked fields of Marengo, it reinforced his near-messianic status. Austria sued for peace, and Britain too signed the Treaty of Amiens in 1802, a rare moment of general European peace that the first consul used to consolidate his regime. During these years, Napoleon revealed himself not just as a brilliant general, but as a statesman of extraordinary talent and contradictions. He set about rebuilding France. The consulate saw sweeping reforms. A new legal code, the Code Civil, Napoleonic Code, was drafted to enshrine equality before the law, property rights, and secular authority. Napoleon took a direct hand in its formulation, personally chairing many sessions of the Council of State, quill in hand, debating points of contract law or inheritance. The code, completed in 1804, eliminated feudal remnants and became one of Napoleon's proudest achievements, a lasting framework of justice. At the same time, he brokered a reconciliation with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, healing the rift caused by a revolutionary de-Christianization. To the horror of ideologues, this pragmatic deal recognised Catholicism as the religion of most Frenchmen, though not the state religion, and restored some church influence, but under Napoleon's terms. The once anti-clerical general understood that to pacify France, he must placate her believers. Thus, in Notre Dame Cathedral, where revolutionaries had once exalted reason, Mass was celebrated again by order of the first consul. No detail of governance escaped him. He created the Bank of France to stabilise the currency, overhauled education with new lycées and scholarships, and reformed taxation so revenues flowed reliably. Roads and bridges were built or repaired across the country. In the twilit halls of the Tuileries, courtiers once again danced at balls, but this time honouring a soldier in place of a king. France was regaining prosperity and confidence under Napoleon's firm hand. All the while, Bonaparte's personal power grew ever more concentrated. In 1802, a national plebiscite of Mimere, carefully managed by his officials, made him first consul for life. The result was announced with fanfare, an implausible majority of voters in favour, which flattered him immensely. He would famously dismiss objections by pointing to such plebiscites, claiming he had the people's mandate. An emperor-in-waiting in all but name, he began to envision a dynasty. In the quiet of his private study, he pondered the fates of Caesar and Charlemagne, concluding that the revolution needed the permanence of monarchy in a new form. His siblings were given honours and arranged advantageous marriages. Napoleon was positioning the Bonapartes as France's new royal family, much to the ridicule of some old revolutionaries who muttered that we did not destroy one aristocracy to create another. But many others went along eagerly, trading ideological purity for the trappings of a renewed court. By 1804, foiled plots against his life, such as the infernal machine bomb on a Paris street in 1800, and royalist intrigues provided the pretext to take the final step. In the spring of 1804, evidence of a Bourbon prince's involvement in a conspiracy led Napoleon to order the Duke of Enghien seized from neutral territory and executed, an action that sent a chill through Europe's aristocracy but eliminated a potential figurehead for monarchists. Soon after, the Senate petitioned Napoleon to assume the title of emperor to stabilise the government. It was stage-managed, yet it answered a real yearning among the French for continuity and glory. Napoleon accepted. Another plebiscite was held, again approving by an overwhelming margin that Bonaparte become emperor of the French. On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris hosted a coronation the likes of which Europe had not seen in decades. The medieval edifice, once defaced and neglected in the revolutionary turmoil, was lavishly restored and draped in crimson and gold for the occasion. Dignitaries from across Europe, some grudging, others curious, attended. Pope Pius VII himself was brought from Rome to bless the ceremony, a stunning coup that lent a mantle of ancient legitimacy. The atmosphere inside Notre Dame mixed grandeur with spectacle. Incense wafted through the air. Hundreds of candles illuminated the nave, and the 35-year-old Napoleon, clad in robes of velvet and ermine, processed down the aisle to the strains of glorious music. But true to his character, he subtly upended tradition at the climactic moment. As the Pope prepared to anoint and crown him, Napoleon stepped forward, took the crown, a new golden diadem modelled on Charlemagne's, into his hands, and placed it upon his head. The audience gasped softly. It was unheard of for a monarch to crown himself. Then Napoleon crowned Josephine as empress, gently setting a small crown on her bowed head, even as tears of emotion filled her eyes. Their marriage had been rocky over the issue of an heir, but today they presented a united front in majesty. The Pope raised a hand in blessing, effectively ratifying what had already occurred. Observers noted the symbolism. Napoleon signalled that he owed his throne to no one but himself and the French people, by the grace of God and the Constitution of the Republic, as the formula ran. Some detractors whispered it was the ultimate act of Bonaparte's arrogance. Others saw in it the genius of a man who made and recognised his own destiny. Either way, Napoleon had risen from Corsican obscurity to imperial zenith in just 15 years. As the cannons boomed a 21-gun salute across Paris, and the newly crowned emperor stepped out on the cathedral steps, in the same uniform he wore at Marengo beneath the imperial mantle, the crowds acclaimed him wildly. Many had tears in their eyes, believing they beheld the saviour of France crowned in glory. Thus, the French Republic gave way to the French Empire, with Napoleon I on the throne. In him, people saw a rare combination of revolutionary change and traditional authority. He kept the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity on his lips, even as he founded a new nobility, granted marshals princely titles, and sat on a throne. The third-person omniscient perspective discerns in Napoleon a consciousness of this paradox. He sincerely viewed himself as the guarantor of the revolution's core gains, even while accumulating power more absolute than any Bourbon before him. On the night after the coronation in the Tuileries Palace, the emperor sat long awake. The imperial crown rested on a table nearby. Did he feel triumph, or the weight of what he had assumed? Perhaps both. He had achieved grandeur, but the drive that fueled him did not abate. He murmured to one confidant that evening, "I have crowned Josephine, but it is only a wreath on a journey. I refuse to slack off on the throne. We have only begun." Indeed, new horizons of power stretched out before him, kings to topple, nations to found, and an empire that, at its height, would redraw the map of Europe and leave an indelible mark on history. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, Theater from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law, who married into the Ancien Régime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian Hohenzollern archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland. His brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia. And in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805 without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field Marshal Davout, with a smaller French corps, defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If you were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried, despite the trophy. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law who married into the Ancien Régime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the Empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland, his brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia, and in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805, without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout with a smaller French corps defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great as he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried despite the trophy. The Peninsular War, as the conflict in Spain came to be known, became a vicious, years-long guerrilla struggle that Napoleon later referred to as the Spanish Ulcer, draining his resources. It was the first major crack in his empire. The mighty French arm, designed for set-piece battles, found itself bleeding in an asymmetric war of ambushes and reprisals in the Spanish hills. Napoleon himself travelled to Spain in late 1808 to blitz the resisting Spanish armies and did win conventional battles with typical brilliance, but he could not pacify the proud and hostile populace indefinitely. The British seized the chance and landed forces under Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, to support the Spaniards and Portuguese. For the first time, Napoleon's aura of invincibility was under threat by an insurrection and a foreign expedition on his flank. Still, at the Empire's height, these troubles seemed minor compared to the grand canvas of Napoleon's dominance. In 1809, Austria, encouraged by French difficulties in Spain, dared to challenge Napoleon once more. The Emperor responded with swift fury. Though the Austrians surprised him and handed him his first personal defeat in a pitched battle at Aspern-Essling just outside Vienna, where in May 1809 Archduke Charles inflicted heavy losses as Napoleon's attempt to cross the Danube was repelled, the French regrouped. In July, Napoleon spearheaded a significant attack during the Battle of Wagram, a 2-day intense battle on the plains close to Vienna. It was a grim, attritional battle, lacking the elegant manoeuvres of Austerlitz, but Napoleon's larger reserve of men and artillery prevailed. Austria sued for peace again after Wagram. As part of the settlement, and to solidify the new Franco-Austrian amity, Napoleon took the dramatic step of divorcing Josephine, his beloved but now 46-year-old empress, who'd given him no children, and marrying Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria. The act was a profound personal sacrifice for him. Both he and Josephine wept bitterly at their formal parting, despite past infidelities on both sides. Yet Napoleon, ever pragmatic about power, knew the Bonaparte legacy needed an heir of his own blood, and an Austrian princess would bring legitimacy in the eyes of Europe. In 1811, Marie-Louise bore him a son, whom Napoleon grandly titled the King of Rome. At 42, the emperor had a healthy male heir. That year marked the pinnacle of Napoleonic confidence. He spoke of founding a dynasty that would last 100 years. One evening, holding the infant prince in his arms beneath the glow of chandelier light, he is said to have murmured, "You will be my living trophy. You will inherit all I have made." Amidst these triumphs, Napoleon's influence went beyond warfare and politics, leaving an imprint on society and even distant continents. He spread the Napoleonic code to the lands he conquered, laying foundations for legal systems from Italy to the Rhineland, systems that emphasized clear laws and the end of feudal practices. He abolished serfdom in Poland and introduced religious toleration and secular education in many backward corners of Europe. In the German states and elsewhere, his rule inadvertently sparked feelings of nationalism. Subject peoples, even as they resented French domination, also absorbed the ideas of the French Revolution that Napoleon carried with his armies. A young German or Italian, in 1810, might at once hate Napoleon's oppressive taxes and conscription, yet be inspired by the new concepts of liberty and nationhood that came in his wake. The consequences of his reign also rippled across the Atlantic. In 1803, needing funds for war, and sensing that holding territory in America was untenable after losing Haiti to a slave rebellion, Napoleon sold the vast Louisiana Territory to the United States, an act that doubled the size of the young American Republic and reshaped global geopolitics. He quipped that this sale would forever thwart British ambitions in the New World and ensure an American power that could rival England. In a way, he was crafting the future beyond his own empire, Similarly, his toppling of the Spanish regime jolted Spain's colonies in Latin America. Leaders like Simón Bolívar would soon take advantage of the chaos to fight for independence, indirectly influenced by a Napoleonic upheaval. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pspir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his grande armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pspir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his grande armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. The act left thousands on the far bank who shouted as the remaining escape path burned. Early December saw the Grande Armée, possibly 20,000 ragged, frost-bitten survivors from 600,000, stagger into Poland and Prussia. Napoleon sighed with satisfaction when he entered friendly territory, after narrowly escaping arrest multiple times during the retreat. The cost was nearly unfathomable. The Russian winter, attacks and starvation reduced the overwhelming force entering Russia. Less than 10% survived. Snow shattered Napoleon's European invincibility. Paris rumours about the disaster foreshadowed his return. Napoleon abandoned the remaining troops and rode a sled back to France incognito, and quickly in December 1812. He left Marshal Ney and others to oversee the terrible retreat. Napoleon left his forces to avert a domestic coup. A general named Mallet had launched a strange coup in Paris, falsely announcing Napoleon's death, illustrating how delicate things were. Napoleon crossed blizzards day and night to Paris before the year's end. He made the country believe everything was fine, masking the devastation. Short-lived facade, after Russia won, Europe's rulers formed a coalition to destroy the weaker empire. Prussia joined Russia against France in early 1813. Austria prepared to jump. Napoleon quickly recruited youngsters and last resort reserves to replace his veterans. As before, he examined maps and made massive plans to defeat the Allies. He was still alive, but reality was looming. His marshals feared he could win an interminable war because the French were exhausted. Napoleon returned triumphantly in mid-1813. In March 1813, he beat the Russo-Prussian army at Lutzen and Bautzen with hardly trained conscripts, demonstrating his operational competence. He hoped to prevent catastrophe again. Too many odds were against him. October 1813 saw the Battle of Leipzig, later renamed the Battle of Nations, in Saxony. 3 days of fierce fighting between Napoleon's marshals and guard and a combined Russian, Prussian, Austrian and Swedish army. Napoleon was outnumbered roughly 2-1. Attrition and hostile teamwork defeated him despite his expertise and bravery. A scared French officer blew up a crucial bridge too early, trapping a rearguard on the wrong side of the river to be captured. Napoleon lost the biggest battle in European history, ending French rule in Germany. Many of Napoleon's German allies defected. The Rhine Confederation fell. While retreating over the Elster River, his beloved Polish hero, Marshal Poniatowski, drowned. Napoleon retreated to France with his 70,000 defeated soldiers, resolved to fight. In early 1814, the Allies invaded France, expecting a quick march to Paris. Napoleon's little force defeated elements of the bigger Allied soldiers in the 6 Days Campaign in February 1814, one of his most successful defensive campaigns, often overlooked. His youthful mobility and skill surprised his opponents at Champaubert, Montmirail and Montereau. Seeing the Emperor sprint like a firefighter gave French peasants hope. Math told him he was too outnumbered to win. Despite his few victories, the Allies reached Paris by late March 1814. After Marshals Marmont and Mortier, left to defend Paris, concluded resistance was pointless. The coalition army took it practically in peace. After centuries without foreign rule, the victorious Tsar Alexander, King Frederick William of Prussia and other dignitaries entered Paris on March 31, 1814. Parisians flocked to the boulevards in despair or relief as Napoleon's epic adventure ended. Napoleon was outraged and unhappy in Fontainebleau following Paris's loss. He pondered marching his remaining men to seize the city. His marshals confronted him, exhausted and honest for the first time. Marshals Ney, Oudinot and Lefebvre, who had followed him across Europe, advised him to reason. They claimed France was defeated and resistance would be fatal. Napoleon was furious, accusing them of cowardice and betrayal. He faced reality alone in Fontainebleau at night. The Allies sought his unconditional surrender. Even his stepson Eugene and brother Joseph persuaded him to submit for the nation. Marshals Ney and MacDonald issued a stunning ultimatum on April 4th, 1814. Philippe must abdicate before the army could march on Paris. Napoleon abdicated for his son, expecting an Allied regency. When rejected, he realised the game was over. Napoleon abdicated on April 11th, 1814, relinquishing French regal rights. He received an annual stipend and a modest guard on Elba, a small Italian island, from the Allies, a beautiful prison for a fallen king. Napoleon said goodbye to his old guard in Fontainebleau's courtyard on April 20th, 1814. France would remember a touching scene. Napoleon continued speaking with a steady, impassioned voice, saying to the soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. You've been my constant companion on the path to honour and glory for 20 years. Do not mourn my fate. I want to document our wonderful deeds. Sweet kids, goodbye. Napoleon. Veteran grenadiers of 12 campaigns cried. The Emperor kissed the imperial eagle flag one last time and hugged General Petit, who was holding the regimental eagle. He said, Goodbye, kids, raising his hand in salutation. Napoleon, despite his best efforts, jumped into a carriage crying. That night, many jaded soldiers lay under the stars, unsure of France's or their future without l'Empereur. A veteran murmured, It's over. A wonderful person left. An imaginary kingdom held European ruler Napoleon Bonaparte captive. He arrived at Elba, 119 square miles of rugged terrain and vineyards in Tuscany, in late April 1814. He was rarely self-pitying. Keeping the title Emperor, the Allies gave him the name as a polite fiction, he established a small court in Portoferraio, Elba's main town, and reigned like France in miniature. Napoleon was restless on Elba for 9 months. He studied Lilliputian's iron mines and quarries, planned to modernise agriculture, and designed a flag, a diagonal band of white with red and bees, symbolising industriousness and potentially nodding to his imperial emblem. He formed a small navy and army with a few ships and hundreds of people, including a loyal Old Guard detachment. He rode tight routes, inspected olive orchards, and talked to port fishermen, villagers said. His micromanagement improved roads, built a small hospital, and accelerated tax collection. Elba's people were amazed and perplexed that this powerful man cared about their humble life. A friendly Elban elder joked, He thinks he's still ruling the world. Napoleon's vigour overwhelmed Elba's idyllic appearance. Connections and newspapers kept him abreast of French and European happenings. This information gnawed at him. The restored Bourbon monarch Louis XVIII was unpopular in France. The arrogant return of the old aristocracy led to the dismissal of many Napoleon-affiliated French officers and bureaucrats. Rumours of royalist revenge and economic recession circulated. Peasants feared the Bourbons would retake their gains after Napoleon's reign. During a congress of the great countries in Vienna to redraw Europe's map after Napoleon's fall, the British may send Napoleon to a remote Atlantic rock if he becomes too difficult in Elba. The island felt like a gilded prison. The Bonaparte family was infamous for their infighting, and Napoleon's mother and sister clashed often. Napoleon's busy mind was bored. He was sad looking at the sea via a telescope from Elba's cliffs in early 1815. I live like a sleeping volcano, read one letter. He could not bear the world going on without him. His insatiable ambition and fate won. In late February 1815, Napoleon returned to France to reclaim his crown after hearing the Congress of Vienna was in disorder, and France's anger with Louis XVIII was growing. It appeared impossible. An expelled emperor escorted by Allied ships trying to incite a civilian insurrection to overthrow a reconstituted monarchy. Napoleon had the ability to bring dreams to life. Napoleon fled Elba on February 26, 1815, under loose guards. He travelled to France with several hundred loyal warriors aboard the ship Inconstant and on numerous smaller vessels to evade British surveillance. He escaped capture on the voyage by chance and daring. Napoleon stared at the prow with a familiar fire as the Côte d'Azur appeared. France is ours, he informed his troops. Bonaparte believed Louis XVIII's France would fail. On March 1st, 1815, the French Riviera witnessed an astonishing sight. Napoleon Bonaparte, the exiled emperor, landed near Cannes with a tiny force and unfurled his tricolour flag once more. Dressed in his trademark grey greatcoat and cocked hat, he stepped ashore and proclaimed, "I have come to save France." Thus began the episode known as the 100 Days, a final blaze of Napoleon's meteoric life. He marched northward, avoiding the royalist stronghold of Provence, choosing the Alpine route through the Dauphiné. His band was small, barely 1,000 men, but as they advanced, Napoleon's charisma and France's simmering discontent began to work miracles. At town after town, locals, especially veterans and peasants, turned out with curiosity and growing enthusiasm. To many, the news of his return felt like a long-lost family member coming home. A pivotal moment came on March 7th near the mountain town of Laffrey. Royal troops of the 5th Regiment, under orders to arrest the usurper, confronted Napoleon on the road. The two forces faced each other, nervous and silent. Napoleon, fearless, strode forward alone, flung open his coat to bare his chest, and shouted to the soldiers arrayed against him, "Soldiers, if there is one among you who wants to kill his general, his emperor, here I am." For a tense heartbeat, no one moved. Then, in an emotional rush, the royal troops erupted in cheers. "Vive l'Empereur" rang out as they threw down their white Bourbon cockades and surged toward Napoleon. The men of the 5th joined Napoleon's ranks in unison. Eyewitnesses saw veterans crying and laughing as they embraced their former leader. Word quickly spread throughout the countryside. Napoleon had returned, and the army was uniting behind him. King Louis XVIII's attempts to muster resistance faltered, as one regiment after another either went over to Bonaparte or melted away. Ney, once Napoleon's trusted bravest of the brave, had initially promised the king he would bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, but confronted with the fervour of his troops for the emperor, Ney too defected, overwhelmed by old loyalties and perhaps the irresistible tide of sentiment. By March 20th, Napoleon reached Paris. Louis XVIII had already fled into exile, supposedly leaving so hastily that he lost a shoe, thus giving a touch of farce to the Bourbon king's second departure. That night, Napoleon entered the Tuileries to the ecstatic roar of Parisians who, just weeks earlier, had been murmuring against him as the ogre. Public opinion had once again whiplashed. Remarkably, in a matter of 20 days, without a single shot fired in anger, Napoleon had regained his throne. It was one of the most dramatic political. The comebacks in history serve as a testament to his unequalled ability to inspire or intimidate, and they also reflect the French people's ambivalence about the restored monarchy. The tricolour flew once more from public buildings. In the streets people sang La Marseillaise and lit bonfires. Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate this unexpected second chance. He sent letters professing peaceful intentions and offering new alliances. He even adopted a more liberal tone, promulgating a revised constitution, the Additional Act, that granted a freer press and a constitutional monarchy-style government, an olive branch to liberals and to moderates in France who wanted reform. The emperor claimed he had learned from exile and now desired to be a benign ruler of a free people. Many were sceptical of this late-hour conversion to liberalism, but they preferred him to the Bourbons regardless. However, Napoleon's escape and restoration shook Europe. The crowned heads at the Congress of Vienna were aghast and furious. A coalition of practically every other European power, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia and others, immediately formed, declaring Napoleon an outlaw and enemy of world peace. "The devil has been unchained," said the Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich, encapsulating the shocked outrage of the aristocracies. The aristocracies quickly mobilised their idle armies to decisively crush Napoleon. Napoleon, aware that diplomacy was hopeless, the Allies refused anything short of his second abdication, prepared for war with a mix of urgency and confidence. He had perhaps 125,000 soldiers of the regular army immediately at hand, plus volunteers swelling the ranks daily. Both veterans and new recruits were present, many driven by a patriotic zeal to ensure that foreign monarchs would not dictate to France. He also reconstituted the formidable Imperial Guard. Still, facing him would soon be several massive Allied armies converging from all sides, potentially over 500,000 men. Napoleon's strategic instinct guided him to swiftly and forcefully attack the closest adversaries before the coalition could fully unite. He famously said to his marshals, "We must make a campaign that is prompt and energetic, as in the days of our youth." In June 1815 he marched into what is now Belgium, then part of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, to preempt the Anglo-Dutch army under the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army under Marshal Blücher, hoping to defeat each in turn. On June 16, 1815, Napoleon's Armée du Nord clashed with the Prussians at Ligny and the Anglo-Allied forces at Quatre Bras. Napoleon defeated Blücher at Ligny, marking it as his last victory. However, it was not a rout since Blücher's Prussians withdrew in good order, bruised but not broken. Marshal Ney's fight at Quatre Bras against Wellington's forces was inconclusive. Ney was unable to prevent Wellington from later pulling back to a defensive position near the village of Waterloo. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's British-led Allied army on the rolling plateau of Mont Saint-Jean just south of Waterloo. The ground had been soaked by heavy rains the night before, delaying Napoleon's attack until late morning while it dried. Napoleon's fate would be decided on a field of clover and rye, 1 mile long and 3 miles wide, with Wellington's scarlet-coated infantry and Union Jack flags arrayed against the tricolour standards of France. Wellington, an experienced defensive general, had arrayed his 68,000 troops behind gentle ridges and in strong points like the farm of La Haye-Sainte, and he anxiously awaited the arrival of Blücher's Prussians to bolster him. Napoleon had around 72,000 troops, including the redoubtable Imperial Guard, but he too was looking over his shoulder for the Prussians, hoping his subordinate Marshal Grouchy would keep them at bay. The Battle of Waterloo was fierce and unrelenting, a true endgame between the era's greatest commanders. Napoleon launched a midday assault with a grand battery of artillery and a main attack against the Allied centre, while Ney led cavalry charges that thundered against Wellington's infantry squares. The British and their allies held firm on the ridge despite horrific losses. By late afternoon, Ney, misunderstanding an enemy movement, mistakenly believed the Anglo-Allied line was faltering, and led one of military history's most infamous mass cavalry charges. Dozens of squadrons with glittering cuirasses and pennants thundering over the ridge without infantry or artillery support. They were met by the resolute infantry squares. Wellington's soldiers, in silent rows behind bayonets, endured repeated waves of French horsemen swirling around their bristling squares, unable to break them. Ney's valour was undeniable. His horse was shot from under him 5 times that day, but the charges gained nothing but heaps of dead men and horses. Napoleon watched this spectacle, and reportedly exclaimed that Ney had gone mad. As the afternoon wore on, news reached Napoleon that Prussian forces were approaching from the east. Blücher was coming, fulfilling his promise to Wellington. "For the love of God, come as fast as you can. We'll fight to the last man." Indeed, by early evening, Prussian advance units under Bülow attacked the French right flank at the village of Plancenoit, forcing Napoleon to divert troops, including part of the Young Guard, to hold them off. The iron vice was closing. With time dwindling, Napoleon took a final risk. He committed his Imperial Guard, his most loyal and elite battalions, in a final bid to break Wellington's centre before the Prussians could fully unite with the Allies. These battle-hardened veterans, short but tall in reputation, marched up the ridge in solid columns, drums beating the pas de charge. "Vive l'Empereur!" they cried as Napoleon watched them go, these men who had never tasted defeat. The Allied line buckled under the initial impact, but Wellington had kept some units in reserve lying down behind the ridge. At his command, the British Guards and other units stood up at close range and poured volleys into the flanks of the advancing Guard columns. A brutal firefight ensued near the summit of the ridge. Under hailstorms of musket balls and grape shot, for the first time in memory, the Imperial Guard recoiled. The cry went up among the Allied troops, "La Garde recule," which means, "the Guard is falling back." Shock rippled through the French lines, disbelief turned to panic as the Guard's retreat became general. Wellington seized the moment, waving his hat and ordering a general advance all along the line. Blücher's Prussians, now arriving in force, sashed into the French right. Napoleon's army, exhausted and with its morale shattered, began to disintegrate. On a gentle slope, a square of the Old Guard formed to act as a rearguard for the fleeing army. Surrounded by Allied forces, they were given a chance to surrender. One apocryphal version tells that when called to yield, a Guard general, perhaps Cambronne, retorted, "La Garde meurt mais ne se rend pas." The Guard dies but does not surrender, followed by a defiant merde. When eventually overwhelmed, many of these steadfast grenadiers indeed died where they stood rather than capitulate. Among the chaos, Napoleon, who had remained on the field until the Guard's repulse, almost fell into enemy hands. As all seemed lost, his marshals persuaded him to depart. He fled the field in a carriage as darkness fell, racing back toward Paris, his dream of renewed glory shattered. The Battle of Waterloo was over. Napoleon's final gamble had failed. Napoleon reportedly said, C'est fini alors. It's finished then, as he left. Back in Paris, Napoleon attempted to rally support for continuing resistance. But the political will was gone. The legislature turned against him, and even the ever-loyal Marshal Ney now urged abdication, saying another round of civil war would ruin France. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon abdicated for the second time and in favour of his young son Napoleon II, though the Allies ignored this and restored Louis XVIII again. He then made his way to the Atlantic coast, initially hoping to escape to the United States. For weeks he lingered at Rochefort, with 2 British warships blocking any attempt to sail. Finally, realising he could not elude the global reach of British sea power, Napoleon surrendered himself to the British Captain Maitland of HMS Bellerophon on July 15, 1815. He perhaps expected he would be treated as a former head of state and allowed retirement in Britain or elsewhere. Instead, the British, driven by their government's resolve that he never trouble the world again, decided to send him to the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena, far from any European shore. In October 1815, Napoleon arrived at this stark volcanic island, roughly 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa. Thus began his second, final exile on a speck of land that was essentially an open-air prison. He was 46 years old. The climate was damp, the terrain rugged but confined. There would be no dramatic escape or return from this place. The British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, was dutiful and watchful, restricting Napoleon's movements to prevent any chance of rescue. Napoleon was given a residence, Longwood House, which was damp, windswept and hardly comfortable by imperial standards. He passed the next almost 6 years in a strange half-life. A small cohort of loyal followers voluntarily accompanied him, Generals Bertrand and Montholon, Count de la Cassez, and his valet Marchand, among others, and they formed a tiny court in exile. Napoleon established a daily routine, dictating his memoirs and thoughts to his companions, especially Las Cases, who recorded his conversations in what would become the Memorial of St. Helena, tending a small garden, reading voraciously history and literature and the newspapers when he could get them, and taking the occasional ride or walk when his health allowed. Over time, his robust constitution began to fail. He grew stout from lack of exercise and rich food. They still dined formally each night on silver plate, maintaining pretences of an imperial household. He suffered from what appeared to be a stomach ailment, perhaps an ulcer or ultimately stomach cancer. His father had died of stomach cancer too. Some speculated he was being slowly poisoned. Indeed, arsenic was later found in hair samples, though modern historians lean towards natural illness exacerbated by the conditions and possibly the arsenic present in things like the wallpaper dye. Emotionally and intellectually, Napoleon oscillated between boredom, bitterness, and reflective calm. He would spend hours mapping out alternative histories, what he should have done at Waterloo, or regretting not crushing the Prussians more decisively earlier, or lamenting the folly of the Russian campaign. At other times, he would delve into philosophical discussions about fate and the future generations. He once stated, "They wanted me to be another Washington," referring to how Britain might have expected him to quietly retire and farm, but they will not find another Washington in me. As months turned to years, Napoleon became preoccupied with shaping his legacy. In dictation sessions, he portrayed himself as the champion of the people's rights against reactionary monarchs and as a soldier-philosopher who spread revolutionary ideals. He insisted that his true glory was not the 40 battles he won, for defeat at Waterloo overshadowed them, but what will live forever is my civil code, the administrative reforms, the memory of a nation I transformed. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France Gouy, Armée, Tête d'Armée, Josephine. France, the army. Head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France Gouy, Armée, Tête d'Armée, Josephine. France, the army. Head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama. a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension. A child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. 1 or 2 suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she pored at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from our Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect. And she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognised there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding on to Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horaceman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrolment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deafblind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalized disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together. Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamored with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognized spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople, and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the Grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer. Cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realise that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long, quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the Eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower, as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions, and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science, and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists, and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small studious room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tullia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tullia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless, determined not to stand idle. Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nicia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nicia once mused that no empire should claim a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tullia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nicia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nicia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tullia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nicia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realised that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nicia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nicia's arrest. The Praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nicia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nicia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, Word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nisia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the Emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nisia's plight, emphasizing that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realized, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nisia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nisia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage and then segue into Nisia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realize those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nisia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the Emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nisia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guard's hostility. Flatter the Empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nisia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the Emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realize how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nisia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nisia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nisia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nisia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognized that their window of opportunity to save Nisia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the Emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nisia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nisia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, "and emphasize how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic." Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nisia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nisia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nisia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Russellian everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern. He confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nisia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the Emperor's councillors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nisia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nicaea behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 Praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nicaea's passion for scholarship. She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness, Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nicaea were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nicaea once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers. Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nicaea has always shown respect for the emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nicaea's inquisitiveness meant more aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely." Tullia inclined her head. "We appreciate your fairness." She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nicaea lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. "I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard," he whispered. "They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment." Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nicaea's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage? She would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nicaea, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tulia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the Imperial Annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nisia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tulia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nisia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. "I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nisia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious." Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. "However," Saturninus continued, "the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The Empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord." A tense silence followed. Tulia inclined her head. "We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy." Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. "I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning." He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. "And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks." Aurelia felt her hopes waver. "Is there truly no room for clemency?" she asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. "I can arrange for Nisia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct." Tulia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tulia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nisia now. Tulia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility." He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tulia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nisia was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tulia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nisia's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger, but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signalled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nisia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nisia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nisia inside. Tulia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nisia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nisia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nicia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nicia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nicia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nicia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nicia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nicia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nicia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nicia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nicia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nicia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nicia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. "He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter," Tullia explained. "No more indefinite limbo." Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nicia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. "Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern." He paused, choosing his words. "A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice." Aurelia tensed. She knew Nicia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. "We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held." Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nicia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how house arrest had clarified Nicia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nicia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nicia gave a weary nod. "I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell." Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nicia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. "Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched," she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nicia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nicia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nicia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nicia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nicia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorising. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook, detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of At Brownstone and in the country fields where he worked to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way. as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world to lose his beloved wife, and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near-blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognized a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernization of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognized that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organized the 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realize is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valor. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defense, but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by a short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, a nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by 10 years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill. When we think of kings, our minds conjure images of wise Solomon, brave Arthur, or noble Henry, the fifth leading charge at Agincourt. But for every ruler who earned their place in history's Hall of Fame, there's another who stumbled spectacularly into its Hall of Shame. These monarchs didn't just fail, They failed with such remarkable consistency that their reigns became cautionary tales whispered in palace corridors for centuries. The crown, that golden circle of ultimate authority, has adorned some truly unworthy heads throughout history. It's a peculiar irony that the symbol of divine right and earthly power often sat atop minds incapable of ruling a chicken coop, let alone vast kingdoms. Perhaps it's the very nature of hereditary monarchy that creates this problem. After all, leadership skills don't necessarily pass through bloodlines like blue eyes or prominent noses. Consider the fundamental challenge these men faced. Inheriting absolute power in their teens or 20s, surrounded by sycophants whose livelihoods depended on agreeing with every royal whim, no matter how catastrophically stupid. It's akin to entrusting a teenager with the keys to both a Ferrari and a nuclear reactor, then reacting with surprise when things go awry. The worst kings in history share certain characteristics that transcend times and cultures. They possessed an almost supernatural ability to make the wrong decision in any given situation, as if guided by some malevolent compass that always pointed toward disaster. They combined breathtaking arrogance with staggering incompetence, creating a perfect storm of royal dysfunction that left their subjects longing for the glorious old days of plague and famine. What makes these rulers particularly fascinating isn't just their individual failures, but how their collective incompetence shaped the very nature of monarchy itself. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual erosion of the divine right of kings, proving that perhaps God wasn't quite as involved in royal succession as previously advertised. Their reigns served as stark reminders of the corrupting nature of absolute power and the impracticality of having a single individual make all the decisions for millions of people. The stories of these monarchical disasters aren't just historical curiosities, they're mirrors reflecting fundamental truths about leadership, power, and human nature. They remind us that position doesn't create competence, that authority without wisdom is chaos with a crown, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide their people is a swift abdication. From the decadent palaces of Rome to the drafty castles of medieval Europe, from the elaborate courts of France to the fog-shrouded fortresses of England, these kings managed to transform their realms into laboratories of misrule. They proved that it's entirely possible to inherit everything and achieve nothing, to possess unlimited power and accomplish unlimited damage. Their reigns weren't just political failures, they were comprehensive disasters that touched every aspect of their societies. They mismanaged economics with the enthusiasm of toddlers playing with matches, conducted diplomacy with all the subtlety of a bulldozer in a china shop, and approached military strategy with the tactical acumen of lemmings approaching a cliff. Yet perhaps there's something oddly comforting about these royal train wrecks. In an age where we're constantly told about the importance of leadership and excellence, these monarchs remind us that even people with every possible advantage can fail spectacularly. They serve as living examples of how incompetence can hire anyone regardless of their social status, inherited wealth, or divine mandate. As we embark on this journey through history's most magnificent failures, we'll discover that bad kingship is a unique art form, requiring a particular combination of ego, ignorance, and timing that few have mastered so completely. Nero Claudius Caesar, or Augustus Germanicus, a name so grandiose it practically demanded disappointment, ruled Rome from 54 to 68 AD and managed to transform the mightiest empire in the world into his personal theatre of absurdity. History remembers him for allegedly fiddling while Rome burned, though historians now tell us he probably didn't own a fiddle and wasn't even in the city during the Great Fire of 64 AD. But when your reputation for catastrophic leadership runs so deep that people invent additional disasters to attribute to you, perhaps it's time for some serious self-reflection. Nero's path to power began with his mother, Agrippina, a woman whose ambition made Lady Macbeth look like a casual weekend warrior. She poisoned her husband, Emperor Claudius, to secure the throne for her 16-year-old son, apparently operating under the delusion that teenagers make excellent absolute rulers. It was rather like handing the controls of a jumbo jet to someone who'd just gotten their learner's permit. Initially, Nero showed promise, guided by the philosopher Seneca and the praetorian prefect Burrus. For 5 years, the Quinquennium Nerones represented competent governance, proving that even future disasters can occasionally stumble into success when surrounded by competent advisors. Unfortunately, like many teenagers who initially accept parental guidance, Nero eventually decided he knew better than everyone else in the room. The transformation began when Nero discovered his true passion, performing. His passion lay not in governing, nor in military strategy, nor in economic policy, but in performing. He fancied. He considered himself a great artist, musician and actor, apparently confusing the role of emperor with that of an entertainer. He began appearing on the stage, competing in chariot races, and hosting elaborate artistic competitions where he invariably won every prize, because nothing says fair competition like having the power to execute the judges. His artistic pretensions might have been merely embarrassing if they hadn't come at the expense of actual leadership. While Nero practiced his lyre and rehearsed tragic soliloquies, the empire's borders faced increasing pressure from Germanic tribes, British rebels and Parthian conflicts. It was rather like a ship's captain deciding to take up interpretive dance while his vessel sailed through a hurricane. The domestic situation proved equally disastrous. Nero's paranoia reached spectacular heights when he ordered the murder of his mother in 59 AD. Agrippina had become inconveniently critical of her son's policies, apparently forgetting that criticism and absolute monarchy mix about as well as gasoline and lit matches. Nero's solution demonstrated the kind of problem-solving skills that would make a medieval surgeon look sophisticated. His relationship with his wives proved equally catastrophic. He divorced and later executed his first wife Octavia, then literally kicked his second wife Poppaea to death while she was pregnant. These actions were calculated and not motivated by passion, indicating a level of domestic dysfunction that would challenge even the most experienced marriage counsellors. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, whether Nero caused it or not, provided the perfect opportunity to showcase his unique approach to crisis management. Rather than focusing solely on relief efforts, he used the destruction as an excuse to build his enormous palace, the Domus Aurea, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. This was urban planning executed by a narcissist, as if someone had granted Donald Trump absolute power along with a blank canvas the size of a city. Nero's financial management followed similar principles of spectacular irresponsibility. His building projects, games, and artistic competitions drained the imperial treasury faster than a teenager with their first credit card. He responded to budget shortfalls by debasing the currency and confiscating property from wealthy citizens, economic policies that would make modern politicians blush. The end came swiftly when his Praetorian Guard abandoned him in 68 AD. Facing rebellion from his generals and certain death or exile, Nero committed suicide, reportedly lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." Even in his final moments, he remained committed to the delusion that his primary contribution to human civilization was artistic rather than administrative. Nero's reign demonstrated that absolute power in the hands of someone who confuses governance with performance art creates a particularly devastating form of chaos. He proved that it's entirely possible to possess unlimited authority over millions of people while remaining fundamentally unsuited for any form of responsibility more complex than choosing breakfast cereal. King John of England, reigning from 1199 to 1216, holds the unique distinction of being the only English monarch to never have another king named after him, a historical rejection that amply demonstrates his enduring legacy. If royal names were performance reviews, John received the equivalent of "please don't apply here again." He managed to lose an empire, bankrupt a kingdom, and accidentally create one of history's most important constitutional documents, all while maintaining the kind of spectacular incompetence that makes you wonder if failure was actually his secret talent. John inherited the Angevin Empire from his brother Richard the Lionheart, a collection of territories stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees that represented the pinnacle of medieval English power. It was rather like inheriting a successful family business and immediately deciding to use it as kindling. Within 15 years, John had lost most of these continental possessions to Philip Augustus of France, earning himself the nickname Lackland, though couldn't keep land might have been more accurate. Not only was the loss of Normandy in 1284 a military defeat, but it also served as a lesson in the art of conducting medieval warfare. Despite having superior resources, experienced commanders, and defensive advantages, John managed to snatch defeat from the brink of victory through a combination of strategic incompetence and tactical cowardice. His approach to military leadership resembled someone trying to win chess by eating the pieces. John's domestic policies proved equally disastrous. He demanded excessive taxes to fund his unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his French territories, essentially asking his subjects to finance their oppression. His tax collectors became as popular as plague carriers and about as welcome in English villages. The king seemed to operate under the revolutionary economic theory that money grows on trees, and those trees belonged exclusively to him. His relationship with the church provided another avenue for spectacular failure. John's dispute with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of the Archbishop of Canterbury resulted in England being placed under papal interdict from 1208 to 1214. This process meant no religious services, no church weddings, and no proper burials, essentially turning England into a spiritual wasteland. It was ecclesiastical warfare, with John playing the role of the person who brings a water pistol to a gunfight. The interdict wasn't just spiritually devastating, it was politically catastrophic. Medieval people took their religion seriously, and a king who couldn't maintain proper relations with God's representative on earth was clearly unsuited for earthly leadership. John had managed to make himself persona non grata with both heaven and earth simultaneously, an achievement that required genuine dedication to incompetence. John's judicial system operated on principles that would make modern autocrats blush. He sold justice to the highest bidder, imprisoned nobles without trial, and seized property on whims that would make a toddler's decision-making process look measured and thoughtful. His courts became marketplaces where justice was auctioned to the highest bidder, creating a legal system that combined the fairness of a rigged casino with the efficiency of medieval bureaucracy. The baronial revolt that produced Magna Carta in 1215 wasn't a sudden explosion of democratic idealism. It was the inevitable result of years of accumulated grievances against a king who treated his realm like his personal piggy bank. The barons were not revolutionary democrats, but rather, they were aristocrats who had grown weary of their supposed leaders' systematic robbery and humiliation. The Magna Carta itself represented less a triumph of John's wisdom than a testament to his failure. The document essentially forced the king to promise to stop behaving like a complete tyrant, which tells you everything you need to know about his previous conduct. It was the medieval equivalent of making someone sign a contract promising not to steal your lunch money. Even after agreeing to the Magna Carta, John immediately began scheming to overturn it, proving that his signature was worth approximately as much as Confederate currency. He appealed to Pope Innocent III, who obligingly declared the charter null and void because apparently both king and pope had missed the point entirely. These events led to the First Barons' War, which was still ongoing when John conveniently died in 1216, possibly from dysentery, a fitting end for a reign that had been largely consistent from a constitutional perspective. John's legacy proves that sometimes the most important historical contributions come from people who fail so spectacularly that they force everyone else to create safeguards against future similar disasters. He didn't create Magna Carta through wisdom or foresight. He created it through being so comprehensively awful that his subjects had no choice but to invent constitutional monarchy as an alternative to royal tyranny. In 1774, Louis XVI of France ascended to the throne with the same enthusiasm as someone asked to defuse a bomb while blindfolded. At 20 years old, he inherited a kingdom drowning in debt, seething with social tension, and groaning under the weight of an outdated feudal system that had outlived its usefulness by about 3 centuries. It was rather like being handed the captain's wheel of the Titanic just as the lookout spotted the iceberg, except the iceberg had been visible for decades and everyone had been politely pretending it wasn't there. The young king possessed many admirable personal qualities. He was kind, well-intentioned, and genuinely concerned about his subjects' welfare. Unfortunately, he also possessed the decisive leadership abilities of a confused deer caught in headlights, which proved somewhat problematic when governing a nation on the brink of revolution. Louis XVI wasn't evil or malicious, he was simply catastrophically unsuited for the job, like appointing a talented musician to perform brain surgery. France's financial crisis had been building for generations, fueled by expensive wars, an inefficient tax system, and the kind of court spending that would make modern celebrities look frugal. The monarchy had borrowed money with the same casual enthusiasm that teenagers use credit cards, apparently operating under the assumption that debt was something that happened to other people. By the time Louis XVI inherited the throne, France was spending more on debt service than on the entire military, which created the kind of fiscal situation that would make bankruptcy attorneys salivate. The king's attempts at financial reform demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of both economics and politics. He appointed competent finance ministers like Jacques Necker and Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, then systematically undermined their efforts whenever they threatened the privileges of the nobility or clergy. It was rather like hiring a personal trainer and then refusing to exercise or change your diet, while wondering why you weren't getting healthier. Louis XVI's indecisiveness became legendary among his contemporaries. He would agree to reforms in the morning, reconsider them by afternoon, and reverse them entirely by evening, creating a governmental process that resembled a political weather vane in a hurricane. His council meetings became exercises in elaborate procrastination, where every decision was discussed, debated, postponed, and ultimately abandoned in favour of discussing the same issues again next week. Louis XVI demonstrated his exceptional political acumen at the Assembly of Notables in 1787. Faced with a financial crisis that threatened the monarchy's existence, he convened a gathering of nobles and clergy to discuss tax reform, apparently expecting them to voluntarily surrender their tax exemptions out of patriotic spirit. It was roughly equivalent to asking wolves to babysit sheep, while expecting them to resist temptation out of professional courtesy. When that predictably failed, Louis XVI made the fateful decision to convene the Estates General for the first time since 1614, apparently not realising that 3 centuries of accumulated grievances might produce some awkward conversations. The Estates General had been dormant for so long that nobody even remembered the proper procedures, which should have been a warning sign that perhaps this wasn't the ideal moment for constitutional innovation. Louis XVI was completely unprepared for the transformation of the Estates General into the National Assembly, as if he had anticipated a small dinner party but inadvertently invited the entire neighbourhood. His response to this constitutional revolution demonstrated the kind of crisis management skills that would make the captain of the Hindenburg look competent. He vacillated between accepting the new reality and attempting to resist it, satisfying nobody and convincing everyone that he was either duplicitous or incompetent. Louis XVI's flight to Varennes in 1791 represented perhaps the most poorly planned escape attempt in royal history. The royal family's journey to the Austrian border involved a conspicuous carriage, multiple stops, and the kind of operational security that would embarrass amateur shoplifters. They were recognised, captured and returned to Paris, where any remaining illusions about the king's commitment to constitutional monarchy evaporated faster than morning dew in August. The king's trial and execution in 1793 marked the end of more than a millennium of French monarchy, though Louis XVI seemed genuinely surprised that years of indecision and apparent duplicity might have consequences. His final speech from the scaffold demonstrated the same disconnection from reality that had characterised his entire reign, as he continued to believe that divine right trumped revolutionary fervour. Louis XVI's tragedy wasn't that he was evil, but that he was fundamentally inadequate for the challenges he faced. He possessed the political instincts of a librarian thrust into a cage match with professional wrestlers, and the results were precisely what you'd expect. His reign proved that good intentions without competent execution can be more destructive than a malicious competence, and that sometimes the road to revolution is paved with royal indecision. Richard III of England ruled for barely 2 years, from 1483 to 1485, yet managed to pack more controversy, alleged villainy and historical debate into that brief period than most monarchs accumulate in decades. Thanks largely to William Shakespeare's masterful character assassination, Richard has come down to us as the archetypal evil king, a hunchbacked schemer who murdered his way to the throne and terrorised his subjects until divine justice finally caught up with him at Bosworth Field. Historians have discovered that the reality of Richard's reign is considerably more complex, and it may have been worse than Shakespeare's portrayal, albeit in different ways. Richard began his royal career as the loyal younger brother of Edward IV, earning a reputation as a competent military commander and administrator in the north of England. He seemed destined for the kind of supporting role that history barely remembers, the capable royal sibling who holds down the provinces while his brother handles the glamorous business of actually being king. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Edward IV had the poor timing to die young, leaving behind 2 minor sons and a realm that was about as politically stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. The succession crisis that followed Edward IV's death in 1483 showcased medieval politics at its most brutally efficient. Richard, as Lord Protector for his 12-year-old nephew Edward V, faced the challenge of maintaining royal authority while various factions manoeuvred for control. His solution showcased a direct approach that would astonish modern politicians. He declared his nephews illegitimate and asserted his own claim to the throne. With just one well-timed announcement, he masterfully transformed a family dispute into a constitutional crisis. The infamous disappearance of the princes in the Tower, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, remains one of history's most enduring mysteries. though contemporary opinion held Richard responsible with the kind of certainty usually reserved for mathematical theorems. Whether he actually ordered their deaths or simply failed to prevent them, the political damage was immediate and catastrophic. A king who couldn't protect children in his care wasn't likely to inspire confidence in his ability to protect an entire kingdom. Richard's attempts to legitimise his reign were steeped in the time-honoured tradition of royal propaganda, albeit with the subtlety of a medieval siege engine. He claimed divine approval, noble blood, and popular support while simultaneously dealing with rebellions, defections, and the kind of general unrest that suggested his subjects weren't entirely convinced by his arguments. His coronation was magnificent, his public relations were enthusiastic, and his actual support base was shrinking faster than his list of living relatives. The Buckingham Rebellion in 1483, led by one of Richard's former supporters, demonstrated how quickly political allegiances could shift in late medieval England. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, went from enthusiastic supporter to armed rebel in the space of months, apparently deciding that Richard's leadership style was less strong and decisive and more terrifying and unstable. The rebellion ultimately failed, demonstrating the fragility of Richard's hold on power. Richard's administrative policies showed genuine competence, which makes his political failures all the more remarkable. He implemented legal reforms, encouraged trade, and attempted to address some of the social issues that had plagued previous reigns. It was rather like watching someone efficiently organise their desk while their house burned down around them. Technically impressive, but missing the larger point about priorities and crisis management. The invasion of Henry Tudor in 1485 caught Richard in a classic medieval dilemma. He could fight and risk everything in a single battle, or he could negotiate and risk appearing weak to supporters who expected their king to solve problems with sharp objects. Richard chose to fight, demonstrating either admirable courage or catastrophic misjudgment, depending on your perspective on the virtues of tactical retreat versus glorious death. The Battle of Bosworth Field became Richard's final performance review, and the results were decisively negative. His death in battle, reportedly fighting bravely to the end, at least provided him with the kind of dramatic conclusion that Shakespeare would later appreciate. Richard died as he had ruled, dramatically, controversially, and with enough ambiguity to keep historians arguing for centuries. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. During this period, the king's financial strategies demonstrated a level of fiscal creativity that would leave modern tax authorities in awe. Originally an emergency naval tax for coastal counties, the reasoning behind the extension of ship money to inland areas would challenge the flexibility of Olympic gymnasts. Charles apparently discovered that if you squinted hard enough at legal precedents while ignoring common sense entirely, you could justify almost any form of taxation. Religious policy provided another avenue for Charles to demonstrate his talent for turning manageable problems into catastrophic crises. His attempts to impose uniformity on the Church of England, influenced by Archbishop Laud's high church preferences, managed to alienate both Puritans, who thought he was too Catholic, and Catholics, who knew he wasn't Catholic enough. This approach was ecumenical diplomacy executed with a sledgehammer, achieving the remarkable feat of uniting his religious subjects against his policies. The Scottish crisis from 1639 to 1640 perfectly illustrated Charles's approach to international relations. His attempt to impose the English Book of Common Prayer on Presbyterian Scotland produced the Bishops' Wars, conflicts that combined the military effectiveness of a church social with the theological intensity of the Crusades. The Scots' armed resistance to Charles's religious innovations forced him to recall Parliament, ending his 11-year experiment in personal rule with all the success of the Hindenburg's landing strategy. The Long Parliament, summoned in 1640, approached its relationship with Charles rather like divorce attorneys negotiating with a spouse who'd been hiding assets. Years of accumulated grievances, illegal taxation, and religious controversy had created a constitutional crisis that required either genuine compromise or complete capitulation. Charles, characteristically, opted for a third course of action, disguising the crisis as non-existent while clandestinely strategizing its resolution through coercion. The King's attempt to arrest 5 members of Parliament in 1642 represented perhaps the most catastrophic miscalculation in English constitutional history. His personal invasion of the House of Commons, demanding the surrender of his political opponents, violated parliamentary privilege so flagrantly that it made previous constitutional disputes look like minor etiquette disagreements. This situation was politically equivalent to bringing a gun to a chess match, and it was just as ineffective. The English Civil War that followed from 1642 to 1651 showcased Charles's military leadership skills, which proved to be roughly equivalent to his political acumen. Despite initial advantages in resources and experienced commanders, the Royalist cause gradually collapsed under the weight of parliamentary determination, Puritan fervour, and Oliver Cromwell's increasingly professional New Model army. Charles managed to lose a civil war while possessing most of the traditional advantages of established authority, which required genuine dedication to strategic incompetence. Charles's trial and execution in 1649 marked the first time in European history that a reigning monarch was formally tried and executed by his subjects. Even his enemies were impressed by his dignity during the proceedings, despite it being a late attempt to salvage his political reputation. Even as the executioner prepared to provide a definitive counter-argument to that constitutional theory, the king maintained his belief in divine right in his final speech. Charles I's reign demonstrated that sincerely held beliefs about royal authority, when combined with complete inflexibility and poor political judgment, can transform a constitutional monarchy into a republic faster than anyone thought possible. He proved that divine right is only as strong as earthly support, and that sometimes the most devout believers in absolute monarchy are the ones who do the most to discredit it. The rogues gallery of royal disasters we've examined, from Nero's theatrical delusions to Charles I's divine miscalculations, reveals patterns of failure that transcend centuries and cultures. These weren't random accidents of heredity or cruel twists of historical fate. They were systematic demonstrations of how absolute power, when combined with inadequate wisdom, creates a perfect storm of governmental dysfunction. Their collective reigns read like a medieval instruction manual titled How Not to Rule, a Comprehensive Guide to Royal Failure. Perhaps the most striking common thread among these monarchical disasters was their profound disconnection from reality. Each king seemed to inhabit a parallel universe where their subjects existed primarily to fund their fantasies, where criticism was treason, and where the normal laws of cause and effect somehow didn't apply to royal decisions. Nero believed he was an artist first and emperor second. John thought taxation was a renewable resource. Louis XVI imagined that ignoring problems would make them disappear. Richard III assumed loyalty was transferable, and Charles I was convinced that God would override Parliament if necessary. This reality gap wasn't just a personal failing, it was a systemic feature of absolute monarchy itself. When you surround someone with courtiers whose survival depends on agreeing with everything they say, when you insulate them from the consequences of their decisions, and when you tell them from birth that they're divinely appointed to rule over others, perhaps it shouldn't surprise us that they occasionally lose touch with the practical world where the rest of us live. The economic illiteracy displayed by these kings would be amusing if it weren't so consistently catastrophic. These kings approached royal finances with a level of sophistication akin to children playing Monopoly with real money. seemingly assuming that kingdoms were equipped with limitless credit cards and that bankruptcy was a phenomenon exclusive to their subjects. Their collective fiscal policies could serve as a masterclass in how to transform prosperous realms into economic basket cases through sheer determination and creative accounting. Yet their failures weren't entirely without benefit to human civilization. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual evolution of constitutional government, proving through negative example that perhaps concentrating all power in a single person wasn't the most reliable system of governance. Magna Carta emerged from John's tyranny, the English Civil War produced modern parliamentary democracy, and the French Revolution launched the age of popular sovereignty. These kings didn't intend to advance human freedom, but their incompetence accomplished what generations of political philosophers had only dreamed about. Their military disasters followed similar patterns of overconfidence meeting reality with predictably painful results. Each king seemed to believe that royal blood somehow conferred tactical genius, that loyalty could substitute for competence, and that divine favour was more reliable than adequate logistics. Their battlefields became laboratories for testing whether wishful thinking could overcome superior strategy, and the results were remarkably consistent across centuries and cultures. The personal lives of these rulers revealed another consistent theme: the inability to distinguish between loyalty and fear, between respect and subservience, between love and intimidation. Their courts became theatres of performed devotion, where genuine relationships withered under the pressure of absolute power and existential insecurity. It's rather telling that so many died alone, abandoned by subjects who had spent years pretending to adore them. Perhaps most notably, these kings managed to fail upward for remarkable lengths of time, maintaining power long after their incompetence had become obvious to everyone except themselves. The ability of medieval institutions to withstand years or even decades of catastrophically poor leadership is testament to their resilience. Yet even the most durable systems eventually reach their limits. Their collective legacy reminds us that leadership is a skill, not a birthright, that power without accountability inevitably corrupts, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide is serving as a cautionary tale for future generations. These kings didn't set out to become historical laughingstocks, but they approached their responsibilities with such consistent incompetence that failure became their most lasting contribution to human knowledge. In our modern age of democratic government and constitutional limitations, these royal disasters serve as reminders of why we developed checks and balances, term limits, and the radical idea that perhaps leaders should be chosen for their competence rather than their heredity. They prove that while power may corrupt, absolute power corrupts with remarkable efficiency and often spectacular entertainment value. The worst kings in history ultimately taught us that the divine right of kings is only as strong as the earthly competence of the person wearing the crown, and that sometimes the best thing an absolute monarch can do for their subjects is provide them with compelling reasons to abolish absolute monarchy entirely. Their failures became humanity's gain, though it took centuries and countless lives to learn these lessons. Perhaps that's the ultimate irony of their reigns. In trying to establish their greatness, they established instead the greatness of the systems that replaced them. The early 17th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, principalities, and religious divides. At the heart of this patchwork lay the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and fragmented realm that stretched across much of Central Europe. For centuries, tensions simmered beneath the surface, as Catholic and Protestant states vied for power, influence, and the right to practice their faith freely. The spark that ignited this long and devastating conflict came in the form of a defiant act in the city of Prague. In 1618, Protestant nobles in Bohemia, angered by perceived restrictions on their religious freedoms under Emperor Ferdinand II, staged a dramatic rebellion. They stormed Prague Castle, seized 2 imperial officials, and hurled them out of a window in an event known as the Defenestration of Prague. Miraculously, the officials survived the fall, but the act was a clear declaration of defiance. This single moment set off a chain reaction, like ripples spreading across a still pond. Ferdinand II, a staunch Catholic, saw the rebellion as a direct challenge to his authority in the Catholic Church. Determined to restore order and Catholic dominance, he mobilized his forces, while Protestant leaders across the empire began rallying their allies in preparation for a larger struggle. What began as a localized conflict in Bohemia quickly escalated into a broader war. drawing in neighbouring regions and foreign powers. Protestant princes sought support from allies in Denmark, Sweden and beyond, while Catholic states turned to Spain and the powerful Habsburg dynasty for aid. The war was no longer just about Bohemia, it had become a contest of religion, politics and territorial ambition. As the conflict unfolded, it became clear that this was not a war of quick resolutions. The early battles were fierce yet inconclusive, leaving both sides entrenched in their positions and more determined than ever to secure victory. The countryside began to bear the scars of the war. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. The 30 Years' War was born out of these divisions, and its origins reveal much about the fragile balance of power and belief in Europe at the time. It was a conflict rooted in faith, but also fueled by ambition and fear, a perfect storm that would rage for decades. Take a moment to absorb this beginning, the first ripples of what would become a vast and relentless storm. As we move forward, the intricate web of alliances, battles and betrayals will unfold. But for now, let the gravity of this moment settle, a reminder of how one act of defiance can echo across history. As the conflict in Bohemia ignited, the deeper fault lines of Europe's religious divide began to widen, casting a shadow over the entire continent. At its core, the 30 Years' War was fueled by the tensions between Catholics and Protestants, a struggle that had simmered since the Reformation in the 16th century. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had attempted to create harmony by allowing rulers within the Holy Roman Empire to determine their state's religion, whether Catholic or Lutheran. Yet this fragile peace left many unresolved issues, particularly with the rise of Calvinism, a branch of Protestantism that had not been recognised in the agreement. As Calvinist states gained influence, the Catholic Habsburg rulers viewed them as a threat. Their growing presence felt like a challenge to the established order. When Ferdinand II ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, he was determined to restore Catholic dominance. His unwavering faith and aggressive policies further inflamed tensions, especially among Protestant states that viewed him as a tyrant bent on crushing their freedoms. Ferdinand's allies in Spain and the papacy provided him with support, reinforcing the Catholic position with resources and manpower. On the other side, the Protestant Union, a coalition of Protestant princes, mobilised to resist Ferdinand's ambitions. They sought aid from Protestant powers beyond the empire, including Denmark, Sweden and England. These nations saw the conflict not only as a religious struggle, but also as an opportunity to weaken the Habsburgs and expand their own influence. The war spread beyond Bohemia, spilling into regions such as the Palatinate, Saxony and Bavaria. Each new front brought devastation to towns and villages, as armies marched across the countryside, leaving destruction in their wake. The brutality of the conflict became evident in battles such as the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, a crushing defeat for the Protestants that marked the beginning of Ferdinand's efforts to reassert Catholic control. But despite Catholic victories in the early years, the war refused to subside. Protestant leaders rallied, drawing on the resources and military expertise of their allies. Sweden, under King Gustavus Adolphus, emerged as a formidable force. His disciplined armies breathed new life into the Protestant cause. The balance of power began to shift and the war escalated further. This was no longer a simple struggle between Catholics and Protestants. It became a war of ambition and survival. Smaller states and mercenary armies joined the fray, drawn by promises of plunder and pay. The war became a theatre of chaos, where alliances shifted and even traditional enemies found themselves fighting side by side in pursuit of their goals. As the conflict deepened, it transformed the very nature of warfare. The 30 Years' War was one of the first conflicts where civilian populations suffered as much as, if not more than, the soldiers. Famine, disease, and displacement became common, as entire communities were uprooted or destroyed. The war's religious roots became intertwined with the politics of power, and its escalation revealed the fragility of peace in a divided world. As we move to the next chapter, consider the human cost of these divisions, the lives touched by a conflict that seemed endless, yet always teetered on the edge of resolution. By the late 1620s, the Protestant cause seemed to falter, their forces weakened by defeats and dwindling alliances. But the entry of Sweden into the war, under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, marked a turning point that would reshape the conflict. Gustavus Adolphus was not just a ruler, he was a visionary military leader whose innovations in strategy and tactics would leave a lasting legacy on warfare. Gustavus Adolphus believed deeply in the Protestant cause, but his intervention was also driven by Sweden's strategic interests. The Habsburgs' growing influence threatened Swedish dominance in the Baltic region, making the 30 Years' War a matter of survival and sovereignty for his nation. With the backing of France, which sought to undermine Habsburg power despite being Catholic, Sweden entered the fray in 1630, bringing with it a disciplined and modernised army. The Swedish forces brought a new energy to the Protestant struggle. Gustavus Adolphus introduced revolutionary military tactics, emphasising mobility, coordination, and the use of combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a cohesive fighting force. These methods gave his troops a significant edge over the larger but less organised armies of the Catholic League. The Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 was a defining moment, a stunning victory for the Swedes and their Protestant allies. Gustavus Adolphus's army decimated the Catholic forces, demonstrating the effectiveness of his strategies. This victory not only bolstered Protestant morale, but also drew new allies to their cause, shifting the balance of power in the war. Under Gustavus Adolphus's leadership, the Protestant forces began to reclaim territory lost in earlier phases of the war. They advanced deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, challenging Ferdinand II's dominance and threatening the stability of the Habsburg realms. Gustavus Adolphus's charisma and tactical brilliance earned him the loyalty of his troops and the respect of his enemies. But his triumphs were not without cost. In 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus Adolphus achieved another critical victory, but lost his life in the process. His death was a severe blow to the Protestant cause, yet his legacy endured. The momentum he had generated allowed Sweden to remain a dominant force in the war, and his military innovations continued to influence the strategies of both sides. As Sweden's intervention reshaped the war, the conflict grew even more complex. Religious divides began to blur as political ambitions took centre stage, with Catholic France supporting Protestant Sweden to counterbalance Habsburg power. This shifting landscape of alliances revealed the deeper currents driving the war, a struggle not just of faith, but of power and control over Europe's future. Gustavus Adolphus's role in the 30 Years' War is a testament to the transformative power of leadership and innovation. His contributions brought hope to a fractured alliance and altered the course of a seemingly endless conflict. Yet, his death also reminded the world of the fleeting nature of triumph in the face of war's relentless toll. As we prepare to move to the next chapter, take a moment to reflect on the determination and vision it takes to bring change amid chaos. In the darkest times, even a single leader can leave an indelible mark, and yet the storm of history moves forward, carrying all in its wake. As the 30 Years' War stretched into its second decade, the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, engulfing nearly all of Europe in its relentless grasp. Nations that had once remained on the sidelines found themselves drawn into the fray, whether by alliances, ambitions, or the sheer inevitability of the war's momentum. The entry of France in 1635 marked a dramatic shift. Though a Catholic nation, France allied with Protestant powers like Sweden to counterbalance the Habsburgs' influence. This decision underscored how the war had evolved from a religious conflict into a broader struggle for political dominance in Europe. The stage was set for what would become one of the most destructive periods of the war. As alliances grew ever more complex and battles became increasingly brutal, Across the continent, the toll of the war was staggering. Cities were besieged and burned. Fields were left barren and lifeless, and villages were emptied as civilians fled the advancing armies. Mercenary forces, often poorly paid and motivated by survival, resorted to pillaging and looting, leaving devastation in their wake. Famine and disease swept through war-torn regions, taking more lives than the battles themselves. As you listen to this story, let the gravity of these events drift gently through your thoughts, but not linger. Imagine the chaos of the time slowly fading into the background, replaced by a sense of quiet reflection. Feel the weight of the war's hardship giving way to an understanding of resilience, a reminder of humanity's enduring strength even in its darkest hours. The conflict's scope seemed endless, with battles erupting in regions as far-reaching as the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. Yet amid the turmoil, moments of diplomacy and negotiation emerged, offering brief glimpses of hope. Peace talks began to take shape, though they were slow and fraught with challenges, reflecting the deep divisions and mistrust among the warring parties. Let these moments of negotiation remind you that even in the midst of chaos, there are always efforts toward resolution. Allow yourself to relax further, your breath steady and calm, as if tracing the contours of history's slow march toward peace. As we move deeper into the story, the resilience of the people and the shifting tides of war remind us of the impermanence of struggle. Take this moment to let your mind ease. Let the complexity of the 30 Years' War unravel gently, leaving you with a sense of quiet perspective and peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless conflict, Europe began to seek an end to the devastation. The 30 Years' War had taken a toll unlike any before it. Economies were ruined, lands were ravaged, and millions of lives had been lost. By the early 1640s, the warring nations realized that no decisive victory was in sight. The war had devolved into a stalemate of exhaustion. Thus began the long and complex journey toward peace, through the negotiations that would culminate in the Peace of Westphalia. The Westphalian negotiations were unprecedented in their scope and ambition. For the first time in European history, nearly all major powers gathered to discuss terms of peace. Delegates from Catholic and Protestant states, as well as representatives from France, Sweden, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, met in the towns of Münster and Osnabrück. These talks would last for years, reflecting the complexity of the issues at hand and the deep mistrust between the parties. As the negotiations unfolded, the participants wrestled with questions of religion, sovereignty, and the balance of power. The Peace of Westphalia sought to establish a new order in Europe, one that would recognize the religious and political realities that had emerged from the war. Protestant and Catholic states agreed to a form of mutual tolerance, reaffirming the principle that rulers could determine their state's religion, while also granting greater freedoms to minority faiths. The treaty also redefined the concept of sovereignty. It marked the beginning of the modern state system, where nations recognized each other's territorial boundaries and agreed not to interfere in one another's internal affairs. This idea of state sovereignty would become a cornerstone of international relations for centuries to come. While the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, its provisions were not without compromise. No side emerged as a clear victor, and many of the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Yet, the treaty succeeded in ending the immediate bloodshed and creating a framework for coexistence in a fractured Europe. As you listen to the conclusion of this chapter, let the idea of resolution fill your thoughts. Picture the weary negotiators, coming together after years of strife, finding common ground in the hope of a better future. Let this image remind you that even in the most challenging times, peace is always within reach. The road to peace was long and arduous, yet it proved that dialogue and compromise can overcome even the deepest divisions. Allow this lesson to settle within you as you relax further, your mind at ease, as the echoes of war fade into the calm promise of resolution. As the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, Europe began to rebuild from the ashes of its most devastating conflict. The war left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping the course of history in profound ways. Nations that had been battered and broken emerged with new identities, while the concept of sovereignty laid the foundation for the modern nation-state system. The war's legacy extended beyond politics and borders. It changed the way conflicts were waged, highlighting the immense cost of prolonged war and the devastating impact on civilian populations. The lessons of the 30 Years' War echoed across generations, reminding humanity of the importance of diplomacy, tolerance, and restraint. This story of destruction and eventual reconciliation carries a timeless message. Even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, a path forged through perseverance, negotiation, and the willingness to find common ground. The 30 Years' War may have scarred Europe, but it also served as a turning point, proving that peace, though hard won, is always worth striving for. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Let the story of the 30 Years' War remind you of the strength found in unity and the power of resolution. Think of the nations and individuals who rebuilt after so much loss, their journey, though difficult, leading to a more stable and interconnected future. Now let the soothing sounds of rain guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. Imagine gentle raindrops falling softly on leaves, washing away the echoes of history's struggles. Feel the rhythm of the rain bringing calm to your mind and a sense of quiet to your soul.